Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to our viewers in Europe and good morning to our viewers across the Atlantic. My name is Zbigniew Pisarski. I'm the founder and president of the Casimir Pulaski Foundation, as well as the chairman of the Warsaw Security Forum. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the Road to Warsaw Security Forum, a two-day transatlantic webinar series in preparation to our annual June 2021.
Welcome. My name is Michał Baranowski. I'm a director of the Warsaw office of the German Marshall Fund of the United States. And this year we are thrilled to be co-organizing this year's conference with our friends from Pulaski Foundation. Also, warm welcome to all of our participants and speakers online who are joining us across all the online platforms.
Over the next 2 days, you will have the opportunity to interact with over 40 speakers. This will include ministers of foreign affairs and defense, high-ranking NATO and EU officials, and leading experts in international security and defense. We will tackle the most pressing transatlantic security issues, from defense to foreign relations, from west to south. The program of the Road to Warsaw Security Forum will include free ministerial conversations, 2 high-level discussions, free conversations with special guests, and a number of expert webinars.
There is so much that is impacting our transatlantic alliance, from the historical elections in the United States, opportunities offered by Joe Biden's presidency, fight of Democrats in neighboring Belarus, as well, of course, the fight with the global pandemic. We'll not run out of topics to talk about.
Indeed, that is very true. We have a lot to discuss. But before we begin, let me just warmly thank all our partners, which have been supporting the Warsaw Security Forum for years. We are grateful first and foremost to our 2 strategic partners, the National Security Bureau of Poland and NATO headquarters. We thank our institutional partners, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Poland, the Council of Europe, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and the Martens Center. We are really grateful.
We are also grateful to our content partners, which include a number of European and American think tanks, such as the IRI, International Republican Institute, the George C. Marshall Center, and Friends of Europe. Last but not least, we thank our general partners, Kongsberg and Lockheed Martin. Without your support, this event would simply not be possible.
Absolutely, Michał. So now I would like to introduce to you Professor Katarzyna Pisarska, the program director of the Warsaw Security Forum, who will accompany you through the entire conference. Kasia and her team have worked incredibly hard over the past couple of months to deliver this amazing program that is ahead of us. Kasia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Zbyszek, and thank you, Michał. Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us here today. I warmly welcome all our distinguished speakers, as well as over 1,000 registered participants on our online WSF platform. Apart from this, we also have thousands of viewers watching us through live stream Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter channels. Welcome, everybody. I particularly warmly would like to recognize with us the 200 young transatlantic leaders who represent 40 countries and a variety of programs run by the Casimir Pulaski Foundation, as well as the European Academy of Diplomacy. Among these programs are the Academy of Young Diplomats, New Security Leaders, and the Road to Warsaw Security Forum Western Balkan programs. You'll see a lot of these leaders throughout the day today and tomorrow as they interact directly, asking questions to our distinguished speakers and guests. Before we move on with our program, let me give you just a few technical details so you can better navigate the platforms that we have. off. First and foremost, we want these sessions to be truly interactive, so we ask you to engage with us through the chat box that is available on our internet platform. You can find this chat box on the right of your screen. Second, some panels will also include surveys and questionnaires that will be related to our discussion and will be very helpful for us to understand what you think and what your opinion is. Please engage with these surveys. It will make a huge difference. And last but not least, please remember, whenever you interact or comment on the content of the program, use our hashtag, #RoadToWSF. So ladies and gentlemen, with no further delay, let us begin the Road to Warsaw Security Forum with an inaugural panel, a ministerial session entitled The Future of the Transatlantic Alliance, New Opportunities for Europe and the United States. See you in just a moment. Welcome. Good afternoon to the Road to the Warsaw Security Forum inaugural panel, the ministerial conversation entitled The Future of the Transatlantic Alliance, New Opportunities for Europe and the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my huge pleasure to welcome our today's distinguished speakers. Among them, we have already two ministers of foreign affairs, Her Excellency Ann Linde from Sweden and His Excellency Linas Linkevičius from Lithuania. We are awaiting momentarily to join us His Excellency Anze Logar from Slovenia with a little technical detail. He will be here any moment soon. Your Excellencies, before we begin, let me address the audience. We have almost 1,000 registered speakers right now, but also many more people watching us on Facebook and YouTube Live. For you, I just wanted to say, please remember about the chat option. We will be using the chat in order to ask questions to our distinguished guests, but also we will have on the platform a questionnaire. We will be asking our participants, registered participants, one question. What, in your opinion, is the biggest threat to the survival of the Transatlantic Alliance? And of course, at the end of our today's session, I will show you the results of exactly this questionnaire. We welcome His Excellency Anze Logar from Slovenia, who has just joined us, so I think we're all ready to go. And I will start, of course, Your Excellencies, with saying what an exciting time to talk about the Transatlantic Alliance and our relations. The White House is most probably set to have a new resident, and that will impact the North American-European relations. But we also have so many other challenges that actually we might face, and the implication will definitely go beyond the current electoral circle. So let me start with asking all of you one question. When you look at the current state of our transatlantic alliance, what is this one thing that keeps you up at night? And let me start with Her Excellency Ann Linde. Minister.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I firmly believe that a strong transatlantic alliance is key for both the security of Europe and the United States. Sweden is part
Madam Minister,
of...
we can't hear you. Just give us a second. We're trying to check if the voice... Hello? Can you...
Now, is there someone who can mute? Because otherwise it's difficult for me to speak. I hear my own... No. I cannot hear, and it's...
We
Can
have
you hear
just
me?
muted everybody. Yes, we hear you very well, Madam Minister. We've muted everybody
Okay,
else.
we try again because it looks like something is wrong on my
Absolutely.
screen, but we try again.
Thank you so much.
Well, anyway, I firmly believe that the strong Atlantic alliance is key for both the EU and the security in Europe and United States. Sweden, for its part, build security in cooperation with others. As you know, Sweden is not a member of NATO and is military non-aligned. Our non-participation in military alliances serves us well and contributes to stability and security in Northern Europe. Nevertheless, our partnership with the alliance is an important part of our security and defense policy. Our new total defense bill proposes a historical increase in the Swedish national defense budget. It's a 40% increase over the next 5 years.
Yeah.
This, in combination with strengthened bilateral and regional cooperation on security and defense, will make it possible to do our part for security in the Baltic Sea region and beyond. We continue to contribute to international peace operations. We have participated in all EU-led missions so far. We are currently a major troop contributor to the UN-led mission in Mali, and will be joining France and others with the special forces in Operation Takuba. We also are an active member of the coalition against Daesh in Iraq. A cause for concern, maybe keeping us up in the night, is the eroding fundamental principles concerning democracy and human rights around the world. The current pandemic risks reinforcing this trend. This makes the world, including the Euro-Atlantic area, a more volatile and dangerous place. It can also undermine the strength of the alliances and partnerships. Here, we as Europeans have to walk the walk and stand up for these norms as homes as well in third countries. As chairperson in office of the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe from next year, I will strive to safeguard the human dimension, the vital concept of comprehensive security and defending the European security order. Poland, as part of the Troika from 2021, will of course be an important partner in this. The OSCE autonomous institution, not least the ODIHR, which has its base in Warsaw, play an important role to support states who live up to their commitments in this field. The old saying that internal repression leads to external aggression remains true. A hopeful sign is that international cooperation and solidarity have stood the test of the current pandemic. That is true both for the European Union and NATO. These are two organizations that have proved their critics wrong. They have adapted and show a strong sense of solidarity in the crisis of historical proportions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, and congratulations on the OSCE presidency that starts this next year. We're going to look forward to that very much. But also, I can already tell you that one of the options for our questionnaire about the biggest threats was the erosion of democratic principles. So let's see how many of our viewers will actually vote for that. But we know that it's very good to hear that for you. That is a very important element of the essence of our transatlantic alliance. I move then to with the same question to His Excellency Linas Linkevičius from Lithuania, a very good friend of the Warsaw Security Forum. We always say, I think Minister Linkevičius has not missed a single Warsaw Security Forum. So it's so great to see you back here. Your Excellency, what keeps you up at night when you look at the Transatlantic Alliance?
First of all, thank you, Katarzyna, for nice words. And you're right, indeed, they're the same suspects taking part without any break. Regardless, pandemics, so we all together, and it's good to continue this tradition. Also, I'm very happy to see Anne and Anja, and although it's not in person, but really good to talk. Anne told that Sweden is not member of NATO, but doesn't mean that Sweden cannot feel the importance of transatlantic bond, the same as all of us, being really strong believers in transatlantic relations. And that's exactly something what I cannot say that it stays, this keeps me awake, but this is really concerned that we have huge potential, and this potential by far not used, basically. We really can address threats together, we can analyze, we can look at risks and means how to cope with that, but we are not doing that enough. Sometimes we are skipping very important tasks which could be addressed jointly, and maybe this is the only way to do, but we are not doing that. So what I'd like to say that's very important, that we should be more responsible on both sides of the ocean. First of all, to preserving what was created decades. It's not started yesterday. You know, we have this really strong alliance which started in the very difficult time and went through a crisis and proved to be very useful. So we cannot ruin that. And on the other hand, it's very important to launch all these initiatives also responsibly, not to widen this gap, which is also existing, let's admit, not to raise more doubts, so to say, maybe to build more trust. And this is important, again, I would like to stress, on both sides of the ocean. When administration of President Trump criticized the Europeans, maybe it was harsh language, right? But it was right thing to say, that we really should share responsibility more equally. When we are raising some initiatives in Europe, this also should be thought through sufficiently in order to understand that we're getting closer together rather than creating these obstacles of disbelief sometimes. And here I have in mind some initiatives which could be understandable to us, to Europeans, like PESCO, defense cooperation, structural cooperation, and this is obviously an important thing, and Lithuania also finding some capability gaps where we really can deliver. But in our understanding, in our thinking, not only politically, but also practically, but if you want also with regard to the taxpayers' money, we shouldn't duplicate. We shouldn't really waste resources just for the case of autonomy of actions. We have to really prepare packages of capabilities useful for both organizations. And for us, especially for the small country, it's really not so important. Is it NATO mission? Is it European Union mission? Should be some set of forces could be used, and models should be prepared. The same certification procedures should be applied, in my understanding. And regardless the organization, we really can use that. It will be really understandable for everyone, I believe. It's not understandable when duplicating, competing, overlapping each other. And this concerns me, really. It's not, as I said, it keeps me awake, but this is really quite frustrating when we really cannot do that. So I'm talking now about technicalities, but it's also as a consequence of all that, we cannot address crisis together. And here we see the gap of leadership. Sometimes when crisis emerging in various parts of the world, or in particular we are concerned about our continent, of course, we are not able to lead. We are able to react, sometimes doing too little, sometimes doing too late. And this is exactly the question that concerns me as well. Why it is so? Because we really have very capabilities, very good, and definitely we are able to win, so to say, but we are not winning because of very strange reasons, sometimes not rational at all, by far not rational. So this in short would be my answer to your question, and ready to continue.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We will be back talking about the question of do we really need this autonomy just for the autonomy, or you know, how important is the synergy? But before we do that, let's go to His Excellency Anze Logar from Slovenia. Your Excellency, and how are you sleeping at night? Well?
Well, I sleep well. Thank you for asking. And definitely, there's no way that transatlantic relation would wake me up during the night. However, I have some, you know, like second thought regarding the issue. First of all, on a geostrategical level, practically in every document, you have a statement that transatlantic partnership is the core of relation of the free democratic world. However, there are, you know, like some strange, let's say, results of that issue. For example, if we look from the EU side, last EU-United States summit was held in 2014. 6 years without summit on the top political level, which is, I don't think so, a right thing to do. If we stay and we agree that transatlantic partnership is of utmost importance and is the, let's say, the cornerstone of our relations, then apparently we should do something more in order to organize such event. That we think that it's an urgent call for, let's say, call a EU-United States summit in due course, either during Portuguese presidency or during Slovenian presidency in second half of 2021, in order to have a frank discussion where we are heading. Look, Indo-Pacific is forming a free trade agreement that will consist 30% of world trade. Where is free trade agreement between European Union and United States? I think it's our responsibility in order to do everything what is in our power to come closer to sign a free trade agreement between two entities. If we are back in the European Union, last survey, public opinion on relation with United States, I don't think so it reflects the importance of transatlantic cooperation. And in that sense, apparently we have a lot of things to do in order to, let's say, build trust between the two entities and finally form the unity or the cooperation that corresponds to the strategic interest what we have together. If we took back from the United States part, I mean, in a way, in recent years, they withdraw from this part of the world, from European part of the world. And I think this is a mistake, because every time one superpower move away, there's another superpower that steps in. And it might not have the same democratical standard and the same values like we have in EU. And I'm glad that there are new initiatives, 3Cs initiative, for example, when we are gathering again with transatlantic partner in a very important project that is in our mutual interest. So I think on both sides, there's much things to do, and I look forward for fruitful cooperation in future.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would love to also hear everybody's thoughts about the trade partnership with the United States. Yes, a free trade agreement, a free trade area. I think that's also an important element. But before you do that, let's go to the heart, the question that everybody is asking about the U.S. presidential election. What do you think the outcome of the US presidential election is for Europe, and how will it shape transatlantic relations? So I'm really looking forward to hearing your responses on this. Excellency Ann Linde.
Well, thank you very much. Well, I think that there are prospects for even a stronger cooperation between the EU and US after the outcome of the election. Even if we have had a good and constructive relation with the Trump administration when it comes to, for example, defense cooperation. We have last week, we have special forces from United States training with the Swedish forces here in Sweden. I still think that the President-elect Biden will put some extra positive elements into the cooperation. I think, for example, when it comes to multilateralism, President-elect Biden is a huge fan of working together. And I think one of the most important things is that he has said that they will rejoin the Paris Agreement. And that is good for the climate and for the whole world when it comes to environmental issue. Also when it comes to democracy. And it was interesting you said that some of the young participants in this conference have said that the backsliding of democracy is one of the main issues that are keeping keeping them up at night, and actually is keeping myself up at night. And we have a big drive for democracy, where our 108 embassies and general consulates are doing different things to invigorate democracy. And I've taken an initiative with several other countries for Friends in Defense of Democracy. And here, I think that the President-elect Biden's proposal to have a global summit on democracy really could play a constructive role in our relation. Another issue, of course, for me, coming from a feminist government with a feminist foreign policy, I think when it comes to gender equality and gender issues is going to be much more used from a Biden administration, and not the least in the very important issue of women, peace and security that has the foundation in the United Nations Article 1325, and which I will work very much on the OSCE chairpersonship to let the women, peace and security agenda be horizontal in actually all different parts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Minister Linda said more focus on climate change, on the question of democracy and also gender. Minister Linkevicius, would you add anything to this list? And when we look at defense and the question of also deterrence of Russia, do you think anything will change here when it comes to American commitment to protecting the eastern flank of NATO?
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, I believe let's look at that realistically, and what was done in the right way or right direction should be preserved. What I have in mind, more presence of US in our region, for instance, in Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Poland, physical presence even, and this is really has to do with the deterrence directly. Also more attention to the security in general. These demands to spend sufficient resources for defense, and we already discussed, maybe language was hard, but that was true. So that should be preserved. If somebody think that they can relax and it's not so important anymore, it will be wrong, I believe, message, so it shouldn't be done. And along those areas where we should preserve, we have to improve a lot of things. In addition to what Anne said, I also agree. There are questions which were not addressed sufficiently or not at all even. Yes, trade is put aside. It's not good, and we really should look for common solutions. Also, in general, multilateralism suffers a kind of difficult time, and this is, again, I hope will be improved. Also, when we're talking about presence in Europe, as I said, presence in our region is fine, but we always were stressing that not at the expense of presence in Europe in other parts. So withdrawal for Germany was not welcomed by us, right? To say mildly. Also to jointly address crises like pandemics. So withdrawal of US from World Health Organization was also not met with the understanding, right? And now Vice President Biden told that probably he will remedy all this and to come back to the previous decision. Climate was not addressed at all, as we understood by previous administration. And here's something which concerns all of us in Europe, not only in Europe, in the world. And to solve problems of climate without US will be not realistic. It's naive. So here we need to improve. Jointly address relations and strategies with other world powers like Russia and China. What we are doing not sufficiently. We started to do that, but it's definitely by far not yet done. Hybrid threats. It's really something coming from the same source. And we should address jointly. And finally, in general, these NATO-EU relations, I remember when Vice President Biden, representing new Obama administration, early days, he came, I was serving at NATO at that time, and I remember he came as Vice President, one of the first visits, and he was not saying what he demands others to do, but he said, I came to listen. I remember that. I came to listen what you're going to say, what you're ready to do. And he came to NATO twice. Second time, he also came to us to meet ambassadors and discuss issues of NATO. We know that NATO is very important, and we were all concerned that it's, also undergoing some crisis, right? And now I expect some improvement here, because in overall, it will streamline relations between NATO and European Union in general, and in particular in some concrete areas. We will lose again like continuation of our previous question, talking about previous item you suggested. So this is also kind of continuation answering to this question. It will not use this potential, will waste resources, will waste time, will not achieve results. And that's possible to do under President Biden's administration, I hope.
Thank you very much. And finally, Minister Logar, what is your take on the results of the US presidential elections? And also, do you see hope for a free trade agreement? You began this topic. I think it's important for Europe, but also the Biden administration has said it's going to create a foreign policy for the middle class. And it will be much more, it will scrutinize much more any trade agreements that would not benefit the American people. So what are your expectations from the upcoming presidency?
Well, I'm always optimistic. With that view, I think we should approach always to our partners without any prejudice or without any, false expectations. I have a rather modified view on this political situation, because I'm coming from the premises that every country elects its leadership on their preferences. I mean, US Constitution start with "we the people of United States," not "we the people of Slovenia," but "we the people of United States." So the role of diplomacy is not to, in a way, influence or comment or try to, let's say, play a story out of another partner, but to take into consideration of each diplomacy of each partner state. And in that sense, the role of diplomacy is, in a way, to prepare the policies that can pass forward. I think European Union has very detailed strategy that was very well presented during the speech of the State of the Union from the President of the European Commission, von der Leyen, and we fully support what was there on the agenda: green, digital, reshoring, defense, and other very important issues that are in our common interest, and as well very strong transatlantic partnership. So our role of us three and of all that are decision maker in the European Union has to do everything what is in their power in order to reach agreement with their partner, in that sense, with the administration of United States. And as long as we go that path, I'm optimistic, and I'm pretty sure that we can get really much improvement on the relations, transatlantic relations.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We have not only more questions from chat coming in, but most importantly, we have two questions from the young leaders. So let's ask the young leaders for their questions first, and then we will move also to questions from chat.
Hello, Ionela Ciolan from Romania, alumni of the New Security Leaders Program 2018. And my question is for all the speakers. As the US foreign policy moves its focus towards Asia-Pacific, how do European allies and partners see the rising global ambitions of China? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tomasz Obramski. I'm from Poland, and I'm a student of the Academy of Young Diplomats. Dear Excellencies, I have a question to all of you. Free Seas Initiative is one of these new opportunities for cooperation between Europe and the United States. How to invite more external partners to the project alongside the United States? How other countries from the region, like Sweden, can contribute to and benefit from the project that is enhancing interconnectivity in its neighborhood? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I hope you heard the questions, but I will very shortly repeat them. The first question was about actually what should Europe do with China, having in mind that the US policy probably has changed for good in terms of seeing China as a strategic threat. That's question number one. And the second about the Free Seas Initiative, which already was mentioned by Minister Logar. How does Sweden see its potential maybe role one day in this initiative, and how important for Lithuania and Slovenia is this initiative. So I propose we'll start from the end. Minister Logar, would you like to start with any of the two questions or both?
Yeah, I mean, regarding the Sweden, I will wait for the, my colleague from Anne to say more about it. But regarding the relation with China, I think that the European Union made a very important step forward regarding that issue with this call for a screening of the legislative that is adopted within the member states, and as well with this question of reciprocity, that, you know, what is required here in our European space as well, we should expect from either, you know, like environment standard or investment standard. So not that everybody can come to European Union and take whatever they want, but when you want to, you know, acquire a company in China, it's prohibited. You can't do it. So this is no go for the, you know, like partnership relation between two very strong entities. So I think that within the European Union, there is a second thought regarding the relation with China. It was as well fostered with the decision of US regarding the relations between United States and China. And I think we are in the middle or at the beginning of, you know, like very difficult discussion on how to build the future alliances. We have to be aware that, you know, like the Indo-Pacific part of the world will not stand still. So this is another call of very important strategic EU transatlantic partnership that is ahead of us. And as I said, and I'm reimpose again, that is so important that European Union and United States work together so that this democratical world that is based on the values present the right recipe for better living of our fellow citizens.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Logar. Minister Linkevičius, China and free seas, two separate subjects to comment.
Yes, thank you. Oh, first of all, on China, it's not a big secret that China really expanding interests around the globe in all, I would like to stress, all areas, security interests and also economic interests, and sometimes using methods which are not acceptable, let's be frank. But on the other hand, we also should share some best practices and also some experience we have with this country, especially small countries like Lithuania and dealing with a big country like China. I'm always saying that it's important to have rules, and where you're setting rules, to stick to the rules. And it has to do with everything, be it politics, if it goes beyond red lines, which was unfortunately the case in Lithuania, where all Chinese embassy was engaged in some demonstrations, political demonstrations against freedom for Hong Kong, for instance, right? We said it's free country, Lithuania is free country, everybody can demonstrate for whatever purpose, but should be done according to law, and you cannot be engaged as diplomats into these events. And I'm just provided as an example. So we should note, we protested, and we said it's not acceptable, it will never happen again. And that was taken, by the way. Second moment, like investments, right? They are also trying to invest in strategic areas, especially transport, strategic infrastructure. We have a law which screening the investments, and there are limits or kind of restrictions to get into the strategic infrastructure segments. And this is, again, setting the rules, and they cannot do that. Any other country cannot do that, right? Or let's say 5G. We're discussing a lot about 5G, but we are not talking about any particular company or country. We're talking about principles. And principles should be respected, like transparency, like respect of artificial, so to say, private, artificial property, intellectual property, like so to say, like also competitiveness and principles. They should be respected, and then it works. If not, again, maybe it's a problem, but it's easier when you have rules. So in short, what we have to do, and again, it's related to previous questions we discussed. It's really important to discuss this among like-minded and with other countries, those who really already have experience, and project some common strategies which we do not have. Let's be frank, a few years ago, we didn't discuss China at all. Mm-hmm. Now we're discussing almost in every fora, every meeting, in European Union, in NATO, wherever. So one can say it's too late, but better later than never. So it's okay, but we didn't do that before. And now it's time really to take it very seriously. Mm-hmm. So share best practices, set rules and stick to the rules. And definitely to spare time to really discuss these issues in depth, candidly, and that's the way to go. So on China, on 3Cs maybe very shortly, again, our hope, our expectations are that we will boost our, again, infrastructure projects, for instance. And the US made a very substantial pledge, so Lithuania also on board. I'd like to say we're also trying to take part, and we will do that. I believe it's very important, again, the involvement of strategic partners like the United States, like Germany, like European Commission. We talked about Sweden. We'd like to see Nordic countries on board as well. That would be important. And this format will survive, will work if we'll have some deliverables. We'll have some tangible outcome out of that. And this is possible to do, but it's up to us if we're seriously enough investing. And attitude very important, so it works. As I said, for now we are in favor. We are supporting, and we hope others will be on board as well.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Linde, China, and of course, is there a place for Sweden in the Free Seas initiative? I think Poland would welcome Sweden very warmly.
Well, thank you very much. Well, the rise of China is one of the greatest challenges to the world after the fall of the Berlin Wall. And it gives us both challenges, but also opportunities. And the government of Sweden was presenting a communication on China roughly a year ago to the parliament. And it was decided in a big agreement among all the political parties when it comes to the handling of China. I think it's only Sweden and the Netherlands who have separate national strategies on China. And it's building, of course, on the EU cooperation and what we're doing together, because EU should not get caught in a strategic rivalry with China. EU is a strong global player, and we should react to China together. Some of the, of course, opportunities are trade issues for us. China is the biggest trading partner in Asia. But it's also issues like Alina's was mentioning Hong Kong and what has happening there with the new security law and the parliamentarians that had been forced out is something that we have to react to. We also in some countries have very difficult consular cases like the prisoning of the Swedish citizen Gui Minhai, where we have had very, very welcomed support from all EU countries, both from many individuals, but also EU as a whole. So I would say that there are both big opportunities for cooperation, but also very big challenges. When it comes to the 3C initiative, well, we are not a member of the 3C initiative. We are aware of it. We want to learn more about it. It seems like it can boost cohesion and unity. Since many of those who are members are in the immediate area of us, we appreciate the cooperation, but that would also upheld the bodies that are working very well. For example, the Council of the Baltic Sea States, and also the Barents Council, so that it's complementary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we move into the questions coming from chat, from our internet platform. We have almost 1,000 experts, defense, security experts, but also our young leaders there. I see a question from Cyprus here, which is coming from Ioannis Ionau. He is asking, he's a founder of Geopolitics Cyprus, asking about your take on the Nagorno-Karabakh developments, the absence of EU there, and of course, how would you evaluate Turkey's participation in the regional conflict? He also asks about closer relationship between Russia and Turkey. How does that affect those relations? So the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. And the second question we'll take, because we'll only be able to take 2 questions, is from Victoria Wodyczenko. And this probably is most to Linas Linkevicius, because I know you specialize in this also. But the question of information warfare, hybrid warfare, artificial intelligence. The Baltic states have already had a lot of experience in trying to deal with these new type of challenges. How can we prepare better together as the transatlantic community? Do you have any ideas what we should be doing together in these type of hybrid challenges that we currently have? So let's start maybe with Minister Ann Linde. I will put you on the spotlight here with the difficult question of Nagorno-Karabakh, but probably most importantly, the role of Turkey and the Russian-Turkish relations in this regard. And we have only 7 minutes to go, so we will have to be very short on these answers.
Okay, I will try to be short. This is, of course, one of the key conflicts in the OSCE area. And I have had meetings with also with the Turkish foreign minister, and I also speak regularly to the Russian foreign minister. Now the Armenian foreign minister has resigned, if I understand it rightly, just yesterday. But the issue is, of course, that we want to have a peaceful and sustainable development in Nagorno-Karabakh and in between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And there was, I met with the Minsk co-chairs. Now I'm a little technical here, but for a very long time, Russia, United States and France has been the co-chair of the Minsk group, together with the Polish special representative, Mr. Kasperczyk, on Nagorno-Karabakh. And I met him here in Stockholm roughly 10 days ago to discuss how are we going to make any peace sustainable, and what will be the role for the OSCE in this. Because it's not good if it's only Russia and Turkey who kind of make up their minds, and the rest of us in the OSCE area is not engaged in keeping the possible peace agreement sustainable, because we don't want it to be military again, because there is so many dead civilians already just in this rather short war. So that is what I have to say. We need to get more engagement from many more countries, so that it's not just an agreement that is upheld with Russia and Turkey. And that could be done in different ways. And that is one of the important issues that we have to discuss right now on how we will do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I ask also Minister Anze Logar to comment on the question of Nagorno-Karabakh?
Yeah. Well, this is another proof that those frozen conflict once will blow again, and it's not the solution of how to, leave the things to go on. Apparently, the Minsk group was not successful, and it was again, step in of the Russia that, in a way, at the end, solve for the time being the problem on expense one in favor of another, which will not which is not in a way the win-win situation. So this is definitely a call for European Union. Both countries are within the Eastern Partnership. So I think that it's in a way one proof that we have to work with all those countries, especially there where are those frozen conflicts, in a way to accommodate different positions and with the enhancing of the living condition of people in a way trying to solve the problem. So I think the European Union should now even more focus on this part of the world, in a way try to help Armenia and in a way find a solution that will not lead for the permanent presentation of one army in those two in one country.
Thank you very much. And the last word goes to Minister Linkevicius when we are in our last 2 minutes. So please feel free to comment on whatever you feel like. Just keep it in 2 minutes.
Yeah, good. Thank you for this. But this issue demands more insight, definitely, and not enough time. In short, the only positive thing that this military encounter stopped, right? That's good. But problem and conflict not solved by far. And by the way, what was achieved, Russia was willing to dispatch so-called peacekeepers for a long time, was not able, but now managed to do that. Conflict, as I said, not solved fully, so it remains. By the way, let me remind that Russia, unfortunately, creating conflicts, and through the conflicts, they are managing the situation. So this is not an exception here. As I said, it's not fully solved. Positions of current Prime Minister Pashinyan weakened substantially, and even new elections not excluded. So that was also the lesson to those so-called public leaders, because they are not very comfortable. So these examples I'm telling really not very good. And also EU was not part of the game. Minsk Group was put aside. Russia and Turkey managed the situation. And this is also some reminder that where is the European Union in solving all these conflicts, including this one. And then shortly on disinformation. First of all, it's very important awareness, that to know that this problem exists, because some time ago, 7-8 years ago, it was not easy to convince colleagues that this is something we should address at all. It was not understood by many. Now it's not the case. We're moving, but not sufficiently. Again, as I say, usually we are able to win this war, but we're not winning because of our capabilities are limited. So let's share best practices. Let's look at that. Let's create resilience. And again, very short, in half of the minute example, where public, when NGOs are on board, when creating platforms like in Lithuania, debunk.eu, right? Screening articles from potential sources of fake news. That's exactly the example when not just government, but also media at the expense of free time doing these things. So we have already a coalition of 13 countries sharing materials, preparing beforehand, not only responding to the fake news, but also trying to create news. And this is the way to go. 7 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so impressed, Minister. We do have 5 seconds to go. Thank you so much, I think, to all of you. Let me, at the very end, show you also the survey, the questionnaire. I think we have the results of the questionnaire. What is the threat for the survival of the transatlantic alliance that worries you most? So the biggest is internal polarization and decline of democratic standards. That's incredible. Then we have revisionist Russia. Then we have the question of rising China, and at the end, terrorism and instabilities. So here goes to Minister Ann Linde. It seems that it's not only you who does not sleep at night over this threat. It seems like the majority of our viewers today, the participants of our platform, actually feel the same. And I think this internal reflection and the strengthening of our alliances for the commitment to our common values, rule of law, democracy, and human rights is at the very key. So thank you for your huge engagement today. I look forward to seeing you live, hopefully, at the Warsaw Security Forum that we're planning for June. Let's hope that COVID will allow us to meet in person. Looking very much forward. Thank you to you. Thank you for your wonderful team's contribution. And most importantly, thank you to our viewers and participants today for your questions and for your comments, also for the questionnaire. Thank you. And we will be moving right away to our next session. I'm very happy to announce that our next session is a conversation with a special guest. We will have with us General Curtis Scaparrotti, the former commander of U.S. European Command and NATO Supreme Allied Commander for Europe, and he will be discussing with Florence Gaup, the Deputy Director of the European Union Institute for Security Studies, the question of how to safeguard transatlantic unity. So we will continue with this topic in just a short break. Let me just add that the session is co-hosted by Lockheed Martin. So see you in a moment.
And welcome back to our conversation this afternoon. It's my very pleasure to welcome Curtis Mike Scaparrotti, known to most of you as the last SACEUR, Supreme Allied Commander Europe and NATO, after a very long career in the US military. Welcome, Mike, if I may call you so. It's a distinct pleasure to connect to you half around the globe. You're in the United States, as I understand at this point. You headed the military arm of an organization that's come out of the last 4 years a bit rattled. Can you tell us what, in your opinion, the future of NATO will be, no matter who's going to be now in the White House come January?
Yeah, Florence, thank you. And I just want to say up front, it's a pleasure to be a part of the Warsaw Security Forum again this year. If only virtually, I'd love to be there among my friends, but I do appreciate the invitation, this opportunity, and you're moderating this discussion, Florence. So the future of NATO, I mean, I would tell you up front that I'm optimistic. And the reason I'm optimistic is primarily because, NATO is strong today. It exists today, 70 years on, and it's done the job that it was designed to do for 70 years because of its ability to change. Think back when it was formed and the challenges at the time of the 50s into the 60s with the buildup of the Soviet Union, the requirement to not only develop a defense of Europe, but to employ a large force to do so, the work that went into that, the formation of readiness, et cetera, the strategy, all of those things. The change again when the wall fell and the Soviet Union fell. A time period when there were those who said, NATO, what's its purpose? And yet it understood its purpose and began to change to meet the times. Again in 9/11, and to response to terrorism, and now the resurgence of Russia and ascendant China, and great power competition. So it's its ability to change. And so what do we see today? Since 2014, Russia's seizure of Ukraine and in Crimea, we've seen significant change. And frankly, it's significant because of the time period that it's taken place. Keep in mind, it takes every nation around that table in NATO to approve things like structure changes, the Readiness Initiative, the agreement of new domains in cyber and space. Those are huge changes. And so I'm optimistic because of all of that. I'll add one thing. You mentioned that NATO's somewhat rattled. I mean, we've got to be forthright here. Probably the tension in NATO is greater than I even expected while I served as SACEUR. I mean, some have said it's a crisis, and I think in some ways it is, because it's not only the challenge of a complex security environment, but it's also challenges among the members of the alliance. And I think it's something that we have to deal with. NATO has to deal with for the good of not only the Euro-Atlantic, but literally globally. And I believe it can deal with this. So, you know, I do have an optimistic outlook, and I think NATO will be able to deal with both the external problems and the internal ones and drive on. Just the reflection group formed in Vision 2030 is an indication of that future look and the change that needs to take place on behalf of NATO.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think people often forget what NATO has been through since it was created and the many crises it has weathered. And I think the most important element, you just said it yourself, is the capacity to change should be an indication that it is ready to weather this crisis too. Now, can I invite a question from the audience, Juan Esteban Posada Carvajal, who has a question that's a bit more Poland specific. Can we please hear the question?
Hello, this is Amina Latroche from Algeria, living in Oslo, Norway. I'm taking part.
Hello, everybody. My name is Juan Esteban Posada Carvajal. I am originally from Colombia. And currently, I am taking part in the Academy of Young Diplomats. And my question to the General would be, should Poland continue to expect a stronger presence of the US on its soil, especially given the continuing expansionist desire of Moscow? Do you think the Warsaw-Washington relations will deteriorate?
Juan, thank you. Appreciate the question, and it's a relevant one. I would say that personally, this is my opinion, that the relationship between Poland and the United States is a strong and a long-lasting one. You know, we've had a long history together. In my time, you know, I fought alongside Polish forces in Iraq in 2003 and 4. I've worked alongside Polish forces in Afghanistan on both of my tours. And, you know, they've been present in the fight in terrorism, et cetera, alongside of the coalition, et cetera. So I think that is something that underscores a strong future. Secondly, I would just say this. If you look at the force presence, the U.S. force presence in Poland today, remember when it began. We started rotating smaller forces early in the Obama administration in response to resurgent Russia. Is it during the Obama administration that we actually started enhanced forward presence, and then built upon that. So I think the presence will be there. I think it's a strong bond. U.S. forces are in the east are anchored in a sense in Poland with our logistics there, the brigade there, et cetera. And it's supportive of our opportunities along the eastern flank, those from the southeast and you know, in the Black Sea region, all the way up to the Baltics. So yeah, I think it'll stay put. Now, again, realistically, I think there's it would be true to say that, you know, the policy with respect to stationing in Europe will probably be reviewed. That happens with every new administration. It will happen with this one. And particularly in light of the recent announcements by the Trump administration that there may be changes with respect to forces in Germany or forces in Europe, et cetera. I think those will be reviewed as well. And I personally, it's my personal opinion, I think some of those changes that have been announced probably won't happen. When one looks at the impact on deterrence and defense and the proper stationing of forces. So for all those reasons, I think that that the stationing in Poland will remain, as well as a good deal of what we have today in Europe. And some of those things that we plan to add, frankly, capabilities that are required for good deterrence defense in Europe, I think will still be forthcoming. So you're actually foreseeing even an increase, perhaps, in some capabilities? Well, you know, even with the present administration, there are increases that were planned, that we knew that we had some gaps that we needed to address in order to address proper deterrence and defense. And some of those were elements that are planned to go into Poland. So defense has obviously been at the center of European debates on strategic sovereignty or autonomy, or no matter what you want to call it. Now, from your experience in NATO and as a military man, how ready is
Europe really from a military point of view for more sovereignty, for more autonomy?
Yeah, well, I think that first of all, it's a fact that all of the nations, to include the U.S., allowed their real readiness to atrophy, say in the 90s and the early 2000s. We none of us were as serious as we needed to be, to include the United States, who had a readiness problem as well. Only 5-6 years ago, with ready forces. The good news is that Europe and the United States have both addressed this and have worked hard to address, readiness today. And I include Europe in that. Within NATO, for instance, 6 years consecutive, with this year, it's been announced, NATO will have increased its defense funding, 4.3%, I think Secretary General Stoltenberg said recently. We've started the readiness initiative. NATO has changed its force structure. It's beginning to build skills that are required for the future. Now, that's not to say that we're exactly where we need to be. We're not. And there's much that needs to be done.
What would you say needs to be done? Sorry if I interrupt.
I think, first of all, we need to carry out the readiness initiative that we talked about, so that we have more than a designated ready force for NATO, that each of the nations have a contribution to make from their ready force to provide the kind of depth and capacity that's required in today's world with the kind of great power competition that we see. So that's got to be done. The mobility question is important. That needs to continue. There's a lot of work, and that has to do with not just military forces, but it's each nation's responsibility for infrastructure and support that's necessary for mobility of forces. And all of those things, as we saw during COVID, are actually important in response to these kinds of crises as well. So it's something we need to get after. I personally believe that missile defense is important across Europe, given the Russian threat, and we'd have more work to do there to ensure that it's interoperable, interchangeable, that it's properly layered and linked. And again, nations are taking that. In particular, the nations on the eastern flank, Poland, Romania, and others, the Baltics, have all begun to address the need for missile defense. And, I think finally, NATO also needs to be looking to the future. The impact of cyber, artificial intelligence, et cetera, the need for strong networks. To be relevant in the world we live in, they have to continue to work in that vein as well. So there's a lot to be done, but I'm proud of the work that our nations have done, and I'm watching them do today.
Defense has always been, the debate on defense spending doesn't come out of nowhere. It has to do with the fact that Europeans have always been a bit reluctant when it comes to defense spending, or actually just being a defense player. So one of the questions that's actually very similar to the one that I was going to ask you, but I'm going to ask the one from the chat, is one, not only must the US prove itself to its allies, but its allies must prove themselves to the US. What can European allies prove themselves to the United States? I'm going to guess we're going to take this from the defense angle, but I think it's in this broader context of Europeans being more security takers rather than providers. What do you think Europeans need to do?
Well, I guess the issue within the alliance today is a two-way street. I mean, it's the U.S. has responsibilities. That's the way the alliance works, as well as the Europeans. I would say broadly, to get back to what you said at the end, is that Europe should develop a stronger defense. A stronger European defense.
What do you mean exactly by a stronger European defense? What would it mean to have and do?
They need to develop both the capabilities and capacities that are required or relevant for the security environment that we see today. They need to be willing to put their defense funds forward in order to build those capabilities and then follow through with it. The 2% standard, for instance, is today being met by 10 of the 30 nations within NATO. and they should meet that by 2024. This is important. We live in a very challenging time, and unfortunately, it does take funding in order to develop those capabilities. And I would say that when you look at the 2%, there's a 20% modernization that's part of that. But, and then how you spend it's important. So, invest in the future, invest in your military, make sure it's invested in the right places as an alliance so that we together provide a stronger defense. And then, I guess in the end, the last thing I would say is all of that to be done to produce a more balanced Euro-Atlantic alliance. And it's that balance that that I think is required. Secondly, broadly speaking, I would say that while I was SACEUR, I personally didn't think that all of the nations talked as candidly to their population as they should about the threats that exist, the need for a strong military and for readiness, for the work and the infrastructure for mobility, the need for NATO and an understanding of that. We have younger generations today that I found didn't really understand what NATO was and what it was about. And so now I've seen that changing as well. I've seen that becoming more of a public topic in the last couple of years, but that needs to continue because there needs to be an understanding of the importance of the alliance and the importance of European defense, for instance, as a part of the alliance. And it needs to be understood by the populace.
So you mentioned a more balanced relationship. How does the conversation of strategic sovereignty play into this? Because you and I had a conversation ahead of time, and you said it's sometimes perceived as anti-American, or not anti-American, but exclusive or different. How do you think it could play well into this idea of a more balanced relationship?
I throughout, since I've dealt with this as the SACEUR in my former life, et cetera, now, I think that when one speaks of European sovereignty, I think I mentioned to you earlier in our discussion that there seems to be two extremes to this. There's an extreme that European sovereignty means that they're going to go it alone, that the European nations are going to form a defense force, et cetera, and they can do it. And they can do it on their own, and they need to start now. And then there's the other side of this that says, and I believe this, that European defense is important, that you develop the confidence and the capability for European defense. But it's important as linked to the Euro-Atlantic alliance as well. A sovereignty in terms of defense in Europe strengthens NATO. How does it do that? Well, it only does that if we don't duplicate effort. We don't have the funding to duplicate that effort to begin with, but don't duplicate the effort. Ensure that we have a common standard, and it should be the NATO standard. And ensure that we train and we exercise together, because then the defense developed in Europe is a force multiplier for NATO writ large. At the point that we begin to compete for both funds, duplicating headquarters and systems, then we are defeating ourselves. We're not being nearly as efficient as we could be. Things like interoperability, interchangeability, those are important in a complex and dynamic security environment. And we can do more about that. So build European defense sovereignty, but have a mind that none of us can go it alone, nor should we try.
You mentioned the public. If you allow me, I'm going to ask you a question that came in the chat. How do you see the impact of COVID-19 on defense spending and public acceptance? I guess this is a question related to the European defense spending, but perhaps also the American, I don't know. But you mentioned public acceptance, or the public has to support this. But what if the public feels that defense spending takes away something from somewhere more important to them at that point?
Well, I think here again, I mentioned this is where, leaders have a responsibility to explain to the populace the challenges that we face. And certainly the COVID crisis has impacted, I think, every nation. And this very dilemma of how do you finance both a response to COVID and people who are in certainly difficult circumstances. and a responsibility of a government to address that, both from a health issue and an economic issue. So that's real. But in this time of COVID, we've not seen a relaxation of security threats. In fact, we've seen it pick up. I would say that Russia's been more assertive. I believe China has been more assertive. Both have grown in confidence, believing that this actually will continue to be perhaps another dilemma for NATO and for the coalition of Western nations who believe in rule of law, etc. So they have to explain these things, and they have to explain that the threats have not gone away, and they have to continue to invest so that we do have a capability that is a deterrent. That's how we ensure that conflict doesn't come. This isn't a matter of having the forces because we want conflict. It's a matter of having forces in order to deter that conflict and ensure that it never arrives. So I think it's very important. Now, having said that, is it going to impact? Yes, certainly, because these are hard decisions. So if you go to Europe, for instance, the 7-year plan, initially in European defense funding, we were running something like, I think, 13 billion euro initially was what was estimated. And, I think it's going to be about 8. So it's going to be less. In mobility, which is something I think is very important, it actually dropped from about 6.5 billion to 1.5 billion as I see it announced now. That's a considerable drop, one more than I would have liked to have seen. But the important factor is that they are still financing defense, and in fact, could even finance more than that. In the United States, we'll have the same dilemma. I think you'll see our defense stay probably, flat or maybe a little reduced as we deal with this also.
You touched earlier on cyber briefly. Allow me to bring in a question from the audience that's on the topic. It's from Adrian Mendoza. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Can we please the question by Mr. Mendoza, please?
Hello, my name is Adrian Mendoza. I come from Peru, and I am currently taking part in the Academy of Young Diplomats. My question is, does the US and NATO have effective tools to counter cyber attacks from actors such as Russia and China, who have dedicated units responsible solely for cyber warfare? Thank you.
Adrian, thank you. It's a good question, a very pertinent one. First of all, I think I'll take the last part first. Cyber is very important and increasingly important for the future. I mean, just think about the penetration of the cyber domain and these technologies into governance, into defense, into civilian infrastructure that supports our populations. It's a part of everyday life now, and the coming Internet of Things, 5G, greater autonomy of systems and vehicles, artificial intelligence. It just goes on and on. So you can see the importance of cyber and cyber defense, for NATO. NATO recognized this some time ago. In fact, I think they had their first policy around 2008, but it wasn't until about, I think it's probably 2018, that they took decisions that were important, and that was to establish, cyber as another domain equivalent to air, land, sea, space, but cyber as a domain. And since that time, NATO's taken important steps to set up a cyber command center, for instance, to establish operational teams at echelon that can reinforce our operational headquarters and provide cyber defense and capabilities. The Cyber Center for Excellence in Estonia is a great example of a very excellent center that Europe relies upon for not only the way ahead, but for education and training and best practices, etc. So I think that we've got a good cyber response as an alliance, but I would give you this caution. One thing about the cyber domain is that it's very dynamic. It's not static. It changes every day. Every day we experience hundreds of attacks on our systems. And so, it's a world where we have to always be willing to change. We have to be doing reconnaissance. We have to understand the environment and then make the proper adaptation, or we'll be caught short. So when you talk about how good are we, I think we're very good, but we've got some very excellent adversaries in Russia, China primarily for, stealing intellectual property, etc. And we have to be constantly improving our capability. So what do we do in that regard? I think, we've got to be able to interoperate, to share information. That's difficult in an alliance of 30 or among the Western nations, but it is actually necessary for success here. We've got to defend our network. We need to know how to exploit our network. And then we need to be able to look to the future. And that is look at some of the things that are out there in industry like zero trust networks or cloud-based networks, et cetera, as we look to the future. So thanks for the question.
You just mentioned that cyber is, that China is at the moment primarily interested in stealing property rights and so forth. But I think what we've seen in the pandemic, at least in Europe, is that they're also seeming to learn quite fast from the Russians on disinformation, things like that. So if I can introduce a question from the audience, which asks, as the risk of an American-Chinese conflict is rising, how do we maintain unity in the alliance in the case of such a conflict? I'm assuming the person asking this question is alluding to a military conflict between the United States and China, because different European member states of NATO have different perceptions of China. Personally, I'm not so sure that this is still the same. I think the pandemic has changed that perception, but what is your take on that?
Lawrence, I agree with you. I think that, if I look back through the time that I've been dealing with this in NATO and since then, you can see that NATO recognizes that as I think Secretary General Stoltenberg says, that China has come to Europe. That NATO's recognized this. They understand that they need, policy and strategy, but they don't see China as an adversary per se, competitor perhaps, and I think that's realistic. It's an ascendant power. It's one that we've got to be able to cooperate with, and we also need to be able to ensure that they understand that we'll protect our interests, particularly as it comes to the protection of intellectual property, conducting business within, the international norms, the rule of law, et cetera, those things that we value as an alliance. And so the best way to do that is as an alliance, to meet that challenge, again, with the idea that it doesn't need to come to conflict. Communication is important, clarity in our communication and what we accept and what we don't. And as a group of nations, a powerful group of nations, by the way, we also can temper what China chooses to do.
Yeah, I agree with you. General, this was a fascinating conversation through the soul of NATO, if I may say so. So thank you for your time today. We'll have to come to an end and return the floor back to Warsaw. So greetings to you to the other side of the Atlantic, and see you soon for another conversation, I hope.
Greetings to my friends in Warsaw and on this virtual net. And Florence, thank you. It's good to be here today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
General, thank you so much, and Florence as well. Thank you for being with us. It was a fascinating transatlantic conversation. All the best to Washington and to Paris here from Warsaw. And now we continue, we move on with our today's event, with our program. I would, of course, like to remind those of you who are tuning in through our Warsaw Security Forum internet platform to use the chat box. I already saw there's a lot of discussions going on there, so keep up up the good work, but also use our hashtag at Road to Warsaw Security Forum when using any kind of commentating on Twitter or on social media. So with no further delay, let us move forward with the program and to move to our high-level conversation on European security and a conversation specifically on European strategic autonomy. And I'm so very happy to welcome Ali Aslan, an international TV presenter, a journalist, and most importantly, a very good friend of the Warsaw Security Forum. Ali, we miss you here in Warsaw. We love to have you here, but I hope all is well in Istanbul. And I give you the floor to moderate this next panel. So please, to the audience, stay tuned.
Thank you so much for those kind words and this very kind intro, dear Kaja. By the way, you're doing a wonderful job. And let me just reiterate, indeed, hello and welcome, everyone. I'm Ali Aslan, international TV presenter and journalist. Thank you so much, Kaja, for this very kind intro. And indeed, I can only reiterate that I think I speak for all three panelists. We'd all like to be, we would have all preferred to be live in Warsaw today for this high-level panel. As it is, now we're all joining from 4 different locations, but it is a very timely, crucial, and important debate nonetheless, of course. This session is titled European Strategic Autonomy, Can Europe Go Alone? Let's dive right into this discussion, much to talk about. And the Warsaw Security Forum, as usual, has assembled a wonderful panel. With us is the Minister of State at the UK Ministry of Defence, Baroness Goldie is with us. Also joining us is the Parliamentary State Secretary at the German Ministry of Defence, Thomas Silberhorn. And last but certainly not least, joining us is the State Secretary at the Swedish Ministry of Defense, Jan-Olof Lund. Let's dive right in. Thomas Silberhorn, after 4 years of America, first it looks as if we will be having a new president in the United States. Not to get ahead of ourselves, the election results have not been certified yet, but it seems rather likely that Joe Biden will be the 46th president of the United States. After 4 years of America, first, Thomas Silberhorn, what hopes do you associate with this new incoming administration? Will we see a change? Do you hope to see a change in Europe-US defense and security matters?
Well, thank you, and hello to everybody. I'm glad to be able to participate in this way in the Warsaw Security Forum. We had 4 most interesting years of transatlantic partnership, and the tonality changed significantly. And this is, I would say, nearly my only hope I have, that the tonality might change again. So far, we have, I would even say, 2 presidents, 1 president in office and 1 incoming president. So we'll see how the development goes until the inauguration of the new president on the 20th of January. But my expectation is that in fundamental questions of foreign and security policy, there is a bipartisan consensus among Republicans and Democrats in the United States. So we should not expect dramatic shifts and changes in US foreign and security policy. On the contrary, I had the chance to visit Washington in the end of July. And at this stage already, I got very clear and similar and consenting opinions, both from Republican and Democratic politicians in Congress, for example. So I think there will be a clear strategy from the new US administration, maybe less bargaining in fundamental questions and maybe more wording when it comes to shared values and common interests. But in substance, there are some crucial issues within NATO to be addressed. And I think we will be faced with a bipartisan consensus from the United States.
So a change of tonality for sure, but whether this change will also translate into actually substantive issues, says Thomas Silberhorn, remains to be seen. Baroness Goldie, same question to you. What hopes do you have? What hopes do you associate with this new incoming US administration as far as transatlantic relations and security and defense relations, US-Europe?
Hello. Yes, again, my very warm wishes to you all. It's a great pleasure to join such an important occasion, and thank you very much for the invitation to take part. I mean, this is an interesting time, and I think any of us involved in defense do understand that there is a constancy about this, and the constancy is that the threats remain the same, that the challenges we're confronting remain the same, that the strength of alliance and having friends and partners woven into that alliance as we have with NATO is a strength, and that will remain the same. And I think that that will largely determine how the new administration looks, not just at obviously the Western Atlantic, at Europe, but also looks at the other areas of significance, such as the Indo-Pacific and Southeast Asia. And it's very clear from what we've heard in the past from the United States that they do understand the nature of these threats and challenges, and that they are best addressed by working in concert with each other, by working as allies and partners. So I have no doubt whatsoever that the new administration will remain committed to these objectives. The UK is looking forward very much to working with the new administration on all of our shared interests. Now, at the moment, that's obviously tackling COVID-19, but it includes counter-terrorism, collaborating closely through our presidencies of COP26 and also the G7 next year. But I think what the United States will recognize is what NATO leaders agreed in London in December of last year, that NATO does remain the foundation for our collective defense, and it is the essential forum for security consultations and decisions among allies.
Jan-Olof Lind, it's undeniable that the United States has been more or less absent from the world scene. If we're just looking at the major conflicts of the previous years, Syria, Libya, Yemen, Nagorno-Karabakh, Ukraine, Belarus, the list goes on and on. The US plays a very minimal role, if any. Again, the question to you is, as a European, as someone who values transatlantic relations and treasures transatlantic security and defense relations, what hopes, what expectations do you have for the Biden administration?
Thank you very much, Ali, and good afternoon to everybody. I'm also pleased to be on the same panel as the Baroness once again, and I'll be happy to share a couple of thoughts on this topic from our perspective. As you know, Sweden is a non-NATO member, but a very strong partnership nation to NATO, and our enhanced opportunity partnership was recently renewed for us for the next coming 3 years. Well, it's correct. We are always looking for a very strong transatlantic link. And we usually say the one does not exclude the other, meaning that what we do within Europe, the European Union, does not exclude a strong transatlantic link. So we have to wait and see with the new administration taking office, but we will push very hard forward to secure what we have achieved during, even though we have had a long standing tradition of cooperation with the US, but we are looking forward to strengthen that relationship in the coming years as well. So for us, it's absolutely key to keep up the interest for our region, if you will, in the world or in the northern part of Europe, and continue the collaboration we have not only with our neighboring countries, but also with the United States. So we are very much looking forward to that, and will do our utmost to keep up that relationship. At the same time, you are absolutely correct that we've seen sort of a pattern, for example, that the US have withdrawn from the open skies, which we think is regrettable, because I think the multilateral agreements they are very important for our common security in the world.
And Thomas Silberhorn, this session is titled European Strategic Autonomy, Can Europe Go Alone? And your own boss, the German Defense Secretary Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, is made some international headlines saying that Germany and Europe still need America. Germany and Europe are still dependent on the US when it comes to security. As a matter of fact, she went as far as to say, we, meaning Europeans, we should end the illusion of European strategic autonomy. Let's get your reaction. Let's hear your remarks.
Well, my personal experience is that many actors are using this wording of strategic autonomy and European sovereignty, but with different meanings. And as defense and security politicians, we should make clear what we're talking about, and we should be realistic. In substance, the United States are necessary to keep Europe safe. And it's also in the American interest and the Canadian interest to remain at stake in Europe. At the same time, there is a consensus in Germany that we have to do more to provide the necessary capabilities for our own security in Europe. In Germany, we succeeded in increasing our defense budget by nearly 50% since 2014. And we are looking forward to corresponding efforts in Sweden right now. So I think there is a consensus even beyond Germany that we have to do more as Europeans, and that means we have to gain more ability to act, and this requires a fair share and a bigger share of military capabilities we can provide in Europe. But so far and in the foreseeable future, NATO remains the only provider of full-scale military capabilities in Europe, and that's why solidarity is needed to a significant extent. We rely on the solidarity of our transatlantic partners as well, and that's why we have to do more also in order to be relevant, to become more relevant as Europeans in the transatlantic community.
So if I hear you correctly, Germany advocates a European ability to act rather than European autonomy.
As I said, we are using the same words, obviously with different meanings. My understanding of strategic autonomy is we Europeans have to gain more ability to act. We have to do more for our own security. And yes, we have to take it seriously when Americans say many conflicts or conflict-affected areas around Europe, in Northern Africa, in the Middle East, in the Western Balkans. This is your, let's say, backyard from an American perspective. And indeed, we should make clear as Europeans, we benefit from stability during 75 years after the Second World War in Western Europe, and we should be interested in exporting some of this stability to our neighboring regions. And of course, this also applies to the eastern flank of NATO. That's why Germany is present in Lithuania with training on a permanent basis. That's why we are contributing to air policing in the Baltic states. and this is a clear signal of solidarity from Germany in Europe as for a strong European pillar within NATO.
French President Emmanuel Macron has already come out and saying that he disagrees with Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer's assertion that that Europeans should end illusion of European strategic autonomy. Baroness Goldie, we don't have a French representative here now who can take up this issue, but on the issue of European strategic autonomy, I'd like to ask your opinion, get your position on not just what the German Minister of Defense said, but the British, the UK position on how to move forward on this issue.
Can you hear me, Ali? I think we've slightly lost the link. Are you able to hear me?
I can indeed. I can indeed.
Good, good. Yes, thank you. I got the tail end of your question. It's a very important issue, and I think it's worth exploring a little. I mean, there are two preliminary points I would make, and the first is that safety and security within Europe matters to the UK, just as I imagine safety and security within the UK matters to Europe. But I think what we've got to be clear about is that the EU as an institution, there's no doubt it can play a useful role in supporting the development of Europe's capabilities, but the EU alone cannot defend Europe. So I think it's very important to understand these two things. And when phrases like strategic autonomy are used, I think we've got to be very clear about what these phrases mean, because if the idea of strategic autonomy simply equates to creating barriers to cooperation, particularly with non-EU NATO allies, then I don't think that makes sense. I don't think that is the way actually to address the risks and the challenges that are confronting us all. Risks and challenges don't know borders, they don't know national identities. Risks and challenges are pervasive, they are there. What I think is very important is that I think there's huge scope for cooperation between NATO and the EU on a vital range of challenges. I mean, where the strengths of both organizations, and clearly both organizations have strengths, and let's be absolutely clear about that. These strengths need to be combined. So, that includes hybrid threats, it includes crisis response, resilience, disinformation, emerging technology, and military mobility. But I think the watchword here is working together, not shutting one another out.
And building upon that, Jan-Olof Lintz, because both Baroness Goldie and Thomas Silberhorn correctly have asked about the meaning, or said we should rather first determine what we mean by European strategic autonomy, so we're all on the same page and know what we're talking about. What is the Swedish understanding? What is the Swedish definition and expectation of European strategic autonomy?
Well, thank you very much, Ali. I think I could echo my colleagues quite easily, but let me just put forward that for us, it is a very complex concept that's very many times are interpreted in different ways. So for us, it's important with the strategic autonomy that it doesn't mean a tool to boost European protectionism and to uphold non-functional market structures. And I think that's where we all started with the notion of strategic autonomy. So for us, the strategic autonomy could more be used for our ability to use the freedom of decision as well as freedom of action. But it has to be put in a broader context. And I think for a partnership nation to NATO, I think that it's so important for us to have a good collaboration with the EU, between the EU and what we do within NATO when it comes to, for example, research and development, but within other areas as well. It also goes for the transatlantic link in this matter as well. So I would say that I think we should be a bit cautious how we use this strategic autonomy. because it could turn out to be that we will build a European fortress, and that we are totally against.
And I think it's very clear from listening to the three of you saying that European strategic autonomy, whatever it means, whatever the definition is, can only be supplemental, never at the expense of NATO and relations with the US, but also non-EU members. Let me just point out to the viewers out there, there's a poll in the chat. So for those of you, the poll is called, is Europe capable of building its own nuclear deterrence without American engagement? So obviously, the Warsaw Security Forum is happy and curious to hear from you on this particular matters. Baroness Goldie, let me just take up the opportunity of having your presence here, because obviously Brexit is very much, once again, on the agenda, never-ending issue, it seems. And what effect was Brexit have on EU-Britain cooperation and security matters? Theresa May famously said, we are leaving the EU, but not Europe. Perhaps you can clarify.
Yes, Ali, no, thank you. I said earlier that the security of Europe matters to the UK, and equally, I'm sure the security of the UK matters to you. That's because we're neighbours. We are near neighbours. And in many senses, the perhaps direct challenges and threats that we face, we share these threats. You know, as I was indicating, they don't respect borders. So we want to support European security. We remain committed to European security, and we'll continue to operate with our friends and allies on shared threats and challenges. Now, I guess that within the EU, as we're aware, you have institutional structures that are related to defence. Now, quite clearly, the United Kingdom is no longer part of that. But I don't think that in any way needs to obstruct or distract from the role that we as a sovereign state, the United Kingdom, can play in supporting countries either within the EU or out with the EU, but doing it, I think, under the umbrella of NATO. Because what we can all contribute, whether we're in or out the EU, what we can all contribute, you know, contribute in aggregate, Ali, is actually greater than the individual parts.
Thomas Silberhorn, under Donald Trump, President Trump, Germany was very much at the end of his criticism, oftentimes when it came to defense spending, particularly defense spending on NATO, obviously the 2% of GDP, as was agreed upon in the 2014 NATO summit in Wales. Again, German Defense Minister Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer yesterday said, yes, we definitely and we should be spending more on defense. Are you concerned that defense spending in times of pandemic, in the post-COVID times, will be an issue, will be a challenge?
It will remain a challenge, of course, because all our countries are confronted with a growing pressure on our national budgets due to the impacts of the corona pandemic. But in Germany, we made the experience that savings have severe consequences. That was our experience 10 years ago. After the global financial crisis in 2008 and 2009, Germany decided to cut our defense budget by 5 billion euros in those days. Some years, you won't feel too much from it, because if you decline the personnel and the equipment, there are no harsh consequences to be felt. But some years later, and we are now in this period, you can see that the decrease of personnel has in consequence a huge loss of know-how, and the decrease in equipment leads to a decrease in industrial capacities. So we now have to spend a lot of money to fill the gaps that have been caused years ago. So to make it very clear with a short example, we have Tornado fighter aircraft so far, and we have to extend the usage of these fighter aircraft for only 5 years. And the additional costs for the extension of the usage of this fighter aircraft only will cost us 7.7 billion euros, so nearly 8 billion euros. This is much more than it has been saved 10 years ago. The savings were 5 billion euros. So the clear consequence we have to draw today is we may not repeat the same mistake we did 10 years ago. We have to invest steadily, constantly in our national defense budget. Military capabilities have to be developed further. And yes, it's a hard pressure we are confronted with in our national budget, but we stick to our obligations within European Union and within NATO. And therefore, we have a clear strategy, not only as defense ministry, also at the level of political parties, how to go in the discussions for the next years. And right now, this week, on Thursday, we'll have the final meeting, final session of our budgetary committee in the German Bundestag in order to adapt our budget. And there will be, again, an increase in our defense budget for the next year.
That's interesting to hear. Clearly, as you said, tonality, the difference in tonality under the Biden administration, which probably still will be very insistent on its European allies and partners to spend 2% of the arranged GDP. It'll be interesting to see. As the Warsaw Security Forum, they have a very nice Young Leaders program. And of course, they are not just here to listen and learn, but also to engage and ask a question. And we have two of them, which I'm now happy to pose to the three panelists. One is from Theodora Skiadas. He's based in the United States, of the New Security Leaders, and Amina Latroche from Algeria of the Academy of Young Diplomats. Let's hear their questions.
Hi, my name is Theodora Skiadas. I am from the United States, and I participated in the New Security Leaders program in 2019. My question is, how do we incorporate both China and NATO meaningfully into the global pandemic response? Thank you.
Hello, this is Amina Latroche from Algeria, living in Oslo, Norway. I'm taking part of the Academy of Young Diplomats International Organizations program. In terms of nuclear balance, and with the initial proposal remaining a little bit unclear in terms of France offering more of a nuclear umbrella for Europeans, where do you see that shifting in the next few years in terms of the United States clearly indicating if there might be more of a retraction, more of a pivot away from Europe because of frustration of 2% and more, and because of some Europeans' reluctance to be host of a nuclear American umbrella? How do you see that evolving in the next period?
All right, thank you to both Theodora and Amina for their wonderful question. Let's start with Theodora's question, Jan-Olaf Lind. She's asking, how do we incorporate both China and NATO meaningfully into the global pandemic response? I know your country has had a very unique way of approaching and dealing with the pandemic. Do you want to field that question?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Theodora. I think when it comes to the pandemic, I want to make a few comments first. As was elaborated by my German colleague, we are increasing our spending on defense. It doesn't go only for the military part, but also for the civilian part of the defense. What we have seen during our efforts during the pandemic is that the request for support from the armed forces or the military domain has been huge. It hasn't meant any shift in how we are building up our national defense capability, but it is a strong input into our society on how we deal with the pandemic. Well, I think the question you raised is that what we see is some cases of disinformation, and it comes sometimes from China, on how we are dealing with the pandemic. And I think what we have to come to is sort of a multilateral understanding on the way forward. We wouldn't mind that we bring in a more global perspective and share views on how we deal with the pandemic. But then again, we are different societies. And I think we have to be very clear with how we deal on a national basis, not only within Europe, but if you compare with China, how they have dealt with the pandemic and how we deal. And you pointed out that we are unique in our way, how we deal. I think there is not so much of a difference, but there are some differences on how we deal with the pandemic. We are in the same group that now see a raise in how many are infected by the virus right now. So we are dealing as everybody else is with the pandemic. And I think what we have to secure is our healthcare, so they will be able to deal with it. Now, the difference might be sometimes that it's not a complete lockdown. What we have seen in other countries, that is not the policy of Sweden. And we rely heavily on science and the advice from the scientific community. But for sure, I think it's a worthwhile discussion to bring up how we use our military capabilities in support of the civilian society in dealing with that. And then it's another question on how to continue with the dialogue with China on how they deal with the pandemic.
Absolutely. Each country has its own approach, as Jan-Olof Lind. Sometimes you even have various approaches within one country, as Thomas Silberhorn knows very well as a representative of Germany. Baroness Goldie, let me pose Theodora's question to you as well. How do we incorporate both China and NATO meaningfully into the global pandemic response? And if I may add one, is it even desirable?
Yes,
is it feasible, realistic?
Yes, no, it's a very interesting question. It's lovely to have two such clearly engaged and highly intelligent young ladies posing the questions. So Theodora and Amina, thank you very much indeed. Turning to Theodora's question, it's interesting. I mean, as Jan-Olof was saying, we work in the real world, and that is a world where certainly, along with NATO, we're trying to ensure our adversaries cannot exploit the pandemic to threaten our security. But also NATO has shifted from crisis management to longer term support role for allies and partners responding to requests for assistance. And the UK has been pleased to help with that. We've responded to 14 requests for assistance from allies and partners received through the NATO coordinating mechanism. So there's a lot that can be done there. And Jan-Olof was right to allude to the misinformation, disinformation threat. It's a real threat, and it's a pernicious and very damaging threat. But what I think I would want to say, particularly in relation to China, China has a huge capacity to contribute knowledge, to contribute expertise. And I think we have to engage constructively where we can, but we've also got to remain clear-sighted and proactive in responding to the risks. So, there are risks, resilience of critical infrastructure, countering malicious activities in cyberspace, defending the rules-based international system. But I think there is a combination of approaches which can work well for everyone, and it's very important that within NATO and within our own bilateral country activities and relationships with China, we endeavour to engage constructively where we can. In relation to Amina's question, which is a really meaty one, I think what I'd say is, before we talk about what might change or might be different, wouldn't it be wise to maybe highlight what will remain the same? Because I think some of the things that will remain the same are actually very important. And I think the first thing that will remain the same would be NATO's commitment from all allies that NATO exists as a nuclear alliance. The second thing that will not change is the UK's commitment to our independent nuclear deterrent. And the third thing I don't think that will change, and I talked about this earlier, is the US commitment to to NATO. In fact, I think it was the US ambassador to NATO earlier this year who said no one should ever think that America is walking away from Europe in any way. Now, I think that's a pretty clear and a comforting statement. The forcing, I think, that is constant is that the UK, the United States, France, we remain firmly committed to our obligations as responsible nuclear powers under the Non-Proliferation Treaty. We take these obligations seriously. And then finally, I think, is the overall commitment by all allies to the alliance. And that goes back to defense spending, which we were talking about earlier, but that commitment is demonstrated in the increased level of defense spending we're now seeing by allies, which has been very, very positive and very, very welcome. But what I think I would say is that we have to be clear in all of these relationships that we try to work in tandem, whether we're working as members of NATO, whether you're working as members of the EU, whether you're working as states out with the EU, we have to be clear that we're working in tandem to both identify and mutually share the support of meeting the risk challenge. Now, just in relation to Amina's question, I think she mentioned NATO's ballistic missile defense, and I think she described that as being targeted at Russia. Well, it's just to correct an assertion, the NATO ballistic missile defense system is not actually directed against a single country, and NATO leaders have made clear at successive NATO summits that that system does not and cannot counter missile threats from Russia. So we've been very clear on that. NATO's ballistic missile defense system defends NATO European populations, territory and forces, including the UK, from increasing threat posed by the proliferation of ballistic missiles emanating from outside the Euro-Atlantic area. So I think just important to make that distinction.
Absolutely. Thomas Silberhorn, I want to pose Amina's question to you actually in combination with another question we got from the Q&A. Again, Amina was talking about the initial proposal on the part of France of offering a nuclear umbrella for Europeans, how you see this proposal, if you see it as realistic or even desirable. And I do want to combine it with the question that we're getting in the Q&A forum on the part of Alexander, who's saying whether France, with initiatives like these and its insistence on European strategic autonomy, is being perceived or is trying to be perceived as the security leader in Europe. I want to get your take on that.
Well, I'd like to answer as follows. First, the lesson we had to learn after the Second World War was there is no way to go alone in foreign and security policy for Germany. Secondly, we are an integral part both of NATO and European Union, and each member of the alliance as well as the European Union is invited to share its know-how, to share military capabilities in a way that we can mutually benefit from our contributions. In the end, in substance, I think Europe remains for the foreseeable future dependent from nuclear and conventional capabilities provided by the United States. Otherwise, we would have to discuss on a totally different basis which contributions are necessary. So if you really ask the question, what is needed to replace American engagement in Europe, then we would have to talk not only about 2% of our GDP, but about much, much more. So I think we should stay realistic, and it makes sense to have a joint nuclear umbrella, including the transatlantic community at both sides of the Atlantic. If there is an American umbrella provided for Europe, this means for not only the Germans, but for whole Europe, we can benefit from this umbrella in a way that not only European countries, but the whole transatlantic community is at stake in cases of escalations. And this, of course, makes a difference, in particular in the calculation of any potential adversary. So I think this is a clear benefit in substance for both sides of the Atlantic. And that's why, yes, we have to do more. We have to become more relevant as European partners and European pillar within the NATO. And the better we succeed in doing so, whether it's in national capabilities, in our joint European Union capabilities, and within our NATO share of burdens, the better we can succeed to fulfill our requirements.
Well, unfortunately, our time is up. Our 40 minutes are up. Obviously, such an important, timely, and crucial subject matter such as European strategic autonomy cannot be fully and substantially and sufficiently covered in just 40 minutes. But I think I speak for all when I say that we have covered quite a bit of ground in the limited time that we were given. Apologies to those viewers who submitted questions, but unfortunately, we could not incorporate into the discussion due to the time constraints. As it is, much appreciation and thanks obviously to Baroness Goldie, Thomas Silberhorn, and Jan Olof Lind for their participation and their valuable contribution and input into this important subject matter. This concludes the high-level panel on European security. Much more to come. Stay tuned, and everybody stay safe and healthy out there. Kaja, you're up next.
So much. Thank you so much, Ali, Baroness Goldie, Secretary Lind, and Secretary Silberhorn. Thank you so much for being with us. It's such a blessing for Poland to have such good allies. So my greetings to all of you, to Berlin, Stockholm, and London. I, on my part, can only say that we had almost 60 people responding to the questionnaire we gave. The question was, is Europe capable of building its own nuclear deterrence without American engagement? And here we are, actually almost half-half. So half of the viewers believe we are able to actually create our own nuclear deterrence, while the majority, 50%, but it's very close, say we are not, and 4% do not know the answer. So that is the opinion of our viewers. Again, thank you to the secretaries. Thank you, Ali Aslan. All my best to Istanbul, and hope to see you tomorrow for the next conversation you're going to host with us. And now we move to the next part of our program, which is actually the first expert webinar. And it is an expert webinar on probably one of the most imminent and the most complex of global challenges for security, for our global security. This, of course, challenge is climate change. I am delighted to announce this webinar, which is co-hosted with our good friends of Europe from Brussels, and that will be moderated by Jamie Shee, Professor Jamie Shee, who is joining us from Brussels in just a moment. Please stay tuned as we begin this expert webinar on climate change.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and a warm welcome to our session here at the, or literally on the road to the Warsaw Security Forum, although we hope to have crossed that road and got to Warsaw by this time next year. Our session will be on climate change and security. I am Jamie Shea, and my name and title have just been put up. But here today, I'm appearing as the Senior Fellow at the Friends of Europe think tank in Brussels, because we have long been partners of the Warsaw Security Forum, and we're delighted to be able to co-host today's session. It's obviously the case that 2020 will be remembered by historians as the year of COVID-19. But had that not been the case, it would have undoubtedly gone down in history as the year of climate change and maybe a major inflection point. We've seen with the recent election of Joe Biden, the US, the new incoming administration putting much more emphasis on climate change and saying it's going to rejoin the Paris Accords. We've seen the European Union and many countries in Europe, China beyond Europe, many across the world adopt very ambitious carbon reduction targets, carbon neutrality by 2050. But it's also been the year when climate change has come knocking at our door. Trotsky once said, "You may not like war, but war likes you." And climate change definitely has liked us this year, but in a very negative sense, because we've had major fires and flooding in Australia. We've had terrible fires in California. We've had the Amazon rainforest continue to burn, although not all of that, of course, is the accident of nature. We've had a lot of activity with the melting of the permafrost and burning up in Siberia as well. We've had extreme hurricanes just last week going on in the Caribbean. And therefore, nobody can deny that climate change is happening now. It's no longer something that was going to occur in just a few years' time. It's not only happening in the poor countries, it's happening in the rich countries, on all continents across the world. And we now recognize with the gravity and the frequency of these extreme weather events that we're not simply dealing with a human security crisis or an environmental crisis, but potentially with an economic and political crisis as well. So we literally need to go to a more balanced approach where we do our best to cut emissions and try to keep global warming as at 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels or lower, while at the same time recognizing that a certain degree of climate change is already built into the system, and therefore we're going to have to deal with the consequences. So what I hope to do today with my excellent panel of 4 distinguished guests is to look at how the security policy community looks at the challenge of climate change. How does it see its role going forward, both in action as well as in messaging? And what kind of assets does the security policy community potentially bring to the table? I'm absolutely delighted, as I said, to be joined by 4 distinguished experts from the United States, and always practicing her philosophy of just-in-time appearances. I'm delighted to welcome Sherry Goodman, the senior strategist at the Center for Climate and Security in Washington, who's a well-known specialist and speaker on these topics, long history of US government service. I'm delighted to welcome State Secretary Halvorsen, Auden Halvorsen, State Secretary in the Foreign Ministry of Norway. I'm delighted to welcome Thibault Fourier, Monsieur Thibault Fourier, the Deputy Secretary General of the Sahel Coalition. And last, but obviously not least, Kate Guy, who is also, like Sherry, with the Center for Climate and Security in Washington as the Senior Research Fellow, but she doubles up as the Deputy Director of a new initiative in the field of the role of the military in addressing climate change, which is the International Military Coalition for Climate and Security, founded by the well-known former Dutch Jod, Tom Milderdorp. And so, Kate, delighted to have you with us today. Before I start, unfortunately, we only have 55 minutes. The organisers have not been generous with us today, but we will do our best to make full use of our time. And before I start, I think all of you now have done at least 1,000 Zooms and webinars each over the last 9 months. So you're familiar with putting your question on the chat or raising your hand, and I will then see your questions and take as many as I can in discussion. Let me also point out, for those of you who maybe have just logged on, that during the Road to the Warsaw Security Forum, the organisers will be conducting a number of opinion polls, straw polls, seeking your views on the topics in the various sessions. So can I please invite you to vote on the next available poll, which you'll find on the platform for registered users. The results will be collated by Cassia, the mock, and her team, and the results, interesting sort of immediate reaction from the specialist audience, will be communicated between the sessions. So please take advantage of the opportunity to express yourself by voting, a fine democratic principle. So with no further ado, Sherry, I know your time is limited today, so straight to you. As I said, 2020 has been a fairly spectacular year for extreme weather events and the impacts of on politics and the economy. What are all of these events telling us about the dimension of the climate change challenge that we are facing today, and how ready we really are to face up to it?
Well, thank you very much, Jamie, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. You know, we've been addressing climate change as a threat multiplier for over a decade now, with characterizing climate change as a threat that affects all of our security considerations, starting with the founding of the CNA Military Advisory Board back in 2007. The point I want to leave listeners with today is we've entered a new era of the climatization of security. Climatization of security, where we see that all of our security considerations around the globe are affected by the changing climate. And that's partly why we formed last year with General Tom Mittendorf, the Dutch Chief of Defense, and I, who co-lead the new International Military Council on Climate and Security. But all of our speakers here know this well. I'm so pleased that Secretary Halvorsen is with us. I've been working with the Norwegians for many, many years, and who are deeply involved. In fact, the reason I have to leave you all a little early is I am moderating an Arctic Council session going on right now on mainstreaming biodiversity, which is another element in some ways of mainstreaming climate security into all of what we need to address. So if we just take, I'm going to use 3 short examples here. If we just take the Arctic, for example, we see that with retreating sea ice, collapsing permafrost, and rising temperatures across the Arctic, as you noted, Jamie, that we have a whole new ocean that's opened in our lifetime, and that we have opportunities both for cooperation, but emerging signs of competition for both emerging sea routes across the Northern Sea Route, fishing, mining, energy extraction, and potential security competition, all because of the changing climate. So that is one area that the emerging geopolitics in the Arctic that has arisen because of climate change. Second, I'm so pleased we're joined by the minister from the Sahel. As we know, across of Northern Africa, the insecurities that we face now, much of that is driven by food and water insecurity. That's aggravated by the changing climate, prolonged drought, water scarcity and water shortages that are driving the vast migration and food disruptions that are faced in the region. So that also is another area where security and security forces alone are not enough to address the fundamental issues that we face in that region. And third, I just point to the South China Sea and the area that is, and the Pacific Island area. Across the Pacific, we are seeing the whole geopolitical landscape change either because China is taking advantage of opportunities to build up as the climate changes and create atolls, or become the favored ally or partner of Pacific Island nations much in need as their food and water supplies are put at risk with rising sea levels, storm surge, and coastal inundation, and lack of fresh water. So again, all three are short examples of the climatization of security. I think the International Military Council on Climate and Security, that Kate will probably address more in her remarks, is going to be fundamental in helping us as we move towards the Warsaw Security Forum and COP26 as well, to bring together defense ministers and the national security community so that we can more holistically address the climate challenge. Yes, it's about clean energy and innovation. It's about a return to Paris. It's about reducing emissions, but it's also about threading our awareness of the climatization of security into all of our national security planning, programming, plans, and efforts globally in a way that we work together now as we lead into a new US administration with our allies and partners. And I'll close on that note, Jamie, by saying that we are very excited to be returning and re-engaging constructively with our allies and partners around the world. And we look forward to a new era with you in 21.
Sherry, thanks a lot for starting off our debate. Sorry we can't keep you for longer today, but you framed the discussion very, very well. From my side, it would be encouraging if the COP26 could also feature some sort of high-level focus on the security side, although people obviously will want to keep their effort also on the reduction of emissions. I was going to ask you if you could stay for just 30 seconds more. If you think, the cursor now is shifting from seeing climate change essentially as an issue of environment to becoming, if you like, the major global security problem, or is it better still for international understanding, a goodwill, and working together, that we don't sort of militarize the issue but keep it perhaps as long as we can in the area of cooperation on carbon reductions? What's the risk of really putting all of these security problems onto the climate change agenda? I know you have to go, but 10 seconds, I think we'd all be enlightened by that.
Well, we're not talking about putting all the security problems on the climate agenda. I think the Paris, and the agenda has to be about reducing emissions and moving forward with moving towards net zero economies. But that's also going to be true in our militaries. In the US and in many countries, the military is among the largest energy users. So we can lead by example. That's by being good stewards, by adopting clean energy and resilience practices into the way we manage our large energy users. And at the same time, we have to have awareness of how climate is affecting our security challenges around the world. I don't see that as a negative thing. That's not what some people call the securitization of climate. And me, that's making national security and defense officials aware of how climate is affecting their job so they can do it more responsibly. And that's what we're aiming to do as we enter a new era, both in the US and with the new International Military Council on Climate Security, working together with our allies and partners around the world.
Okay, Sherry, thanks very much. Perfectly clear. Good luck with your next engagement with the Arctic Council. Again, thanks for kicking off the discussion today. Sorry you can't be around to answer the questions, but it was great to have you, so thank you. Thank you
so much, Jamie.
I now move to State Secretary Halvorsen. State Secretary, Sherry already mentioned the challenges in the high north and the Arctic. How, from a Norwegian perspective, do you see the situation? And do you see risks, or do you also see opportunities from some of the changes that have been happening over the last couple of years?
Well, thank you, Jamie, and thank you for this chance to be here on the road to Warsaw with all of you. And I'll get back to the Arctic in a few seconds, but I just want to pick up on what Sherry said about the climatization of security. And that is something that we see very clearly, not only in the Arctic, as I will come back to, but on a global scale. And that is also why Norway, which will step into the UN Security Council as a non-permanent member from the 1st of January, has chosen climate and security as one of our 4 main priorities for our memberships. And we will sort of pick up the mantle on that from Germany and others in trying to mainstream climate into the security agenda, into the specific country situations, for example, on the Security Council's agenda, because we see this very much as a global threat multiplier when it comes to the issues that are being discussed by the Council. Coming back to the Arctic, as you said initially, climate change is happening now. It is very real, and we are seeing it every day. Norway is a country where, with much of Norway is above the polar circle, both the land territory and, of course, the marine territory. And climate change is very real. Climate or temperatures in the Arctic are rising by 3 times the global average. In the archipelago of Svalbard, which is in the very high Arctic, the Norwegian archipelago, they have seen 31 years of consecutive years of increasing temperatures above the historic average. So this, of course, has huge implications for us, for the people living there, more than 500,000 Norwegians living above the Arctic Circle, for example. It has implications for infrastructure. It has implications, not least, for the ecosystem, with potential for not only regionally, but sort of interchanging on the global level again. But let me stress, these issues are not primarily linked to activities that happen in the Arctic, but predominantly due to activities and emissions from outside the region. So, but this accelerates a drive that can work both ways. So it's very real, but it also provides some opportunities for commercial activity. So there is a sort of a dilemma there. We see that fishing vessels go further north to follow the fish stocks that move north with as the temperature in the oceans increase. We see more cruise vessels, we see more tourism, regional shipping, and also the potential for increased resource extraction and energy production. And of course, such activities, human activities, again, can have a negative impact on the environment. So we need to maintain a very strong balance in our policies and our approach. And historically, this has been a key priority for Norway in sort of striking that balance between sustainable resource extraction and protection. And of course, also increased human activity leads to high risk for incidents. It's an area where there are huge distances. It's a very inhospitable environment. So we have a strong focus on maritime preparedness, including search and rescue, oil spill preparedness, etc. So it's a bit of a mixed picture, I would say, when it comes to the risks and the opportunities. But we try to strike the balance. And of course, we see a renewed or a much stronger global interest in the region now that we also have to manage in cooperation with the other Arctic actors.
Just if I may, State Secretary, a quick follow-up question. The high north, the Arctic, I remember from my NATO days, was always an area of low tension where there was a good degree of cooperation, even during the Cold War period. Is climate change something which is helping you, thinking of Russia too in this mix, as well as your transatlantic partners? Is climate change also a factor that can pull you closer together in the region and develop more sort of multilateral cooperation? I have to ask you for a quick response. I apologize. Our time is so limited, and then I'll turn to Monsieur Fourier.
Well, absolutely, Jamie. I think if you look at the history of the Arctic Council, for example, which has been the predominant governance structure in the region for the last 25 years, collaboration on addressing climate change has been one of the most important files and one of the key drivers of cooperation. Looking at research cooperation, for example, emergency preparedness cooperation, a lot of the work ongoing in the working groups has been focused on looking at climate change and the implications of that. So it is very much an issue where the Arctic countries need to work together. And I think there is a strong interest in maintaining that, even as the strategic environment has become more competitive.
Thank you very much. We've gone north and now we go south. And Sherry also in her introduction mentioned the challenges in Africa and in what we rather pejoratively sometimes call the South. And I'm delighted to welcome Monsieur Thibault Fourrière, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the Sahel Coalition. And I'd like to ask you, sir, from the perspective of the coalition, how does the environment sort of impact on the military operations and the various programs that you're involved with in the Sahel region?
Good afternoon. First, thank you very much for inviting me to the Warsaw Security Forum. I'm delighted to participate, and I will try to answer your question in two parts. First, since I've been given the floor, I would like to briefly going back to what the coalition, the Sahel Coalition is, and second, of course, by sharing with you what we have learned from the field. As you may probably all know, the setup of the Sahel Coalition came as a result of the Pau summit last January, when French President Emmanuel Macron met his counterparts from the 5 Sahel countries. And the establishment of the coalition actually was established at the request of our Sahel partners. And it brings together countries, international organizations, international institutions and partners, providing political, security, financial, and development support for the Sahel region. In the initial stage, which is actually not over yet, France set up the Secretariat of the Coalition in Paris, but it is about to be transferred to Brussels within a few months from now, probably. So the Secretariat of the Coalition, of the Sahel Coalition, is an instrument for rallying support for the Sahel, which aims to enhance effectiveness of the action of the various actors involved in the region. It does it by developing a shared and cross-cutting reference framework for Sahel's problems, strengthening the sharing of information between the coalition's various pillars, and by fostering stronger support from partners. In this regard, the Coalition Secretariat acts as a platform of services for its partners and actors working on its 4 pillars. The first one being the fight against terrorist armed groups. The second is for strengthening the military capacities of G5 states. The third pillar is a support for the return of the state and administrations. And the fourth one is development assistance. In this regard, of course, the coalition is promoting cooperation in military matters between the joint G5 force, Sahel force, the incoming European Takuba force, the national armies, and the French Balkan force. We must, of course, continue along this path, and we must continue all the more so as there are many challenges to security in the Sahel. And of course, the environmental factor is one of them. In particular, harshness of the environment. For example, access to water points exacerbates rivalries. And 2, the environment has an influence on the type of equipment used in the field, especially in the Sahel region, and requires an extra effort of the adaptation. And 3, wear and tear on people and equipment is faster in these harsh environments, and therefore requires rigorous operational cycles. But of course, sorry.
I apologize, it's just our time is so limited. I would like, before we go to Kate, ask you a quick follow-up question, which is that, you've very well described the work of the coalition. Does it also sponsor sort of projects, multinational projects, national projects that deal specifically with some of these environmental factors that you mentioned? I do apologize in asking you to be brief, sir. It's just that I see on the chat that the questions are rolling in, and so we want to also give you an opportunity to take the audience questions too.
Yeah, of course, I understand. Yes, there's two aspects which I would like to emphasize on your question. The first is that the strength of the alliance work is on the ground through the members and in close cooperation with our local partners, the G5 states. It is here that programs are discussed and with them and decided upon. And this includes, of course, programs which support a strong response to climate change, building resilience and strengthening food security. The second level is that of the sector working groups organized by the Alliance. Here, donors come together with practitioners to share information, think through new programs, and discuss innovative approaches to challenges in the Sahel. For example, the Agriculture and Food Security Working Group recently raised the alarm on the food insecurity in the Sahel region that was discussed last October, actually, at the Humanitarian Roundtable on the Central Sahel in Denmark. Africa's Central Sahel is among the world's fastest growing humanitarian crises, and the scale and severity of humanitarian needs in the three countries are unprecedented, with nearly 14 million people affected by forced displacement, food insecurity, and reduced access to essential basic service. And of course, it's a huge work ahead for us, and we will cope with that only through cooperation. And hopefully there is room for optimism, since the international community is giving a great focus on the challenges the Sahel region is facing.
Thank you, Mr. Fourier. Thanks very much indeed for that and outlining it very clearly indeed. Kate, I mentioned at the beginning that you're looking at the military implications of all of this, and what would you say is the sort of operational military role in dealing with climate change scenarios? Is it basically the humanitarian assistance that we've seen in terms of flooding or fires? Does it go beyond that? Is the military, I know there are lots and lots of national militaries, but generically speaking, are our militaries well equipped in terms of capabilities and doctrine and readiness to deal with those kind of challenges? Should they become the number one task vis-a-vis more traditional roles that we give our military forces to? So a little bit, how you see what the added value of a military involvement in this debate is. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie, and thanks everyone. It's great to be here and to follow such an esteemed collection of speakers, and Sherry as well, who's involved in many of the efforts that I'll speak about. So to get to your questions, Jamie, I think it's an interesting time where militaries across the world are clearly seeing that climate change is obviously a top priority for governments and a top priority for citizens, but increasingly needs to be elevated as a top priority for security matters as well. And it's an area that you're seeing, and we're seeing as the International Military Council on Climate and Security, just huge demand from security actors to better understand the problem. And you ask sort of how a military goes about thinking about this and go about sort of contributing. I see three ways. The first is in honestly just a foresight perspective. Militaries and intelligence services particularly have great skill and have long worked with scientific communities to understand, how threats develop, how changes might take hold across the world in decades to come. And this is something that's incredibly important for a national government to do and for international militaries to also partner on. Because, we're in, as you said at the beginning, a time of unprecedented change around the world, where the way I describe it to militaries is the rug of security sort of being pulled out from under the feet of militaries that are trying to provide stability and security at home and around the world. So to understand how those changes changes are going to come online and how they're going to continue on the trajectory that we're on is of the utmost importance. So you see security establishments from the US to Europe to across the world really trying to understand the scientific models and to use the unprecedented foresight capabilities that we have to understand the climate trajectory that we're on. So that's the first. And that's no small feat. You know, we do not have many people within militaries or government who have the skills to understand really complex, detailed climate models. So it's something that militaries really need to invest in. The second way that militaries obviously need to start thinking about the climate problem is to start climate proofing their operations. So we talk about this in the World Climate and Security Report, which I encourage you all to go read if you're interested. It's at imccs.org. So we talk about how the importance of military thinking about climate change and climate proofing its operations is in terms of course, adaptation, but also really building resilience in the environments that you operate in. And this is of the utmost importance sort of in the homeland, right, that you're working together with civilian communities to make sure that when a huge storm or flood or extreme event comes, that's necessarily going to sort of affect the community beyond the fence line of the military itself. So you need to harden your infrastructure and harden the institutions that you have from the military, but also think about that in partnership with the local community that you're operating in. And that could be, you know, domestically or internationally. And increasingly, probably it's going to be internationally, because as we've seen in our work and in our sort of foresight reports ourselves, the most vulnerable parts of the world are going to be hit first. And so if we're not building resilience in those spaces, there's going to be increased demand for sort of emergency response, as well as sort of the demand from conflicts. Now, the third ways that militaries really need to start thinking about this problem is maybe the most important. And that is militaries, I mean, speaking from the US, the Department of Defense is one of the biggest consumers of fossil fuels around the world. So if, and that's true pretty much in any government. If you look at sort of the balance sheet of where carbon emissions come from, just from a federal perspective, most of that is going to be in military operations. And so this is actually a really exciting space of innovation, and a space where really the cutting edge military technologies are ones that actually are themselves net zero and resilient technologies. And so you're seeing increased partnership between contractors and then the private corporate sector and militaries understanding that their operations, to be climate proofed, also need to be sort of working towards net zero commitments. And so this is an area where honestly, I think the military, if they don't move in that way, they are worried that they'll be left behind. The private sector is sort of moving towards those technologies, and it's an exciting space to watch.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much. Again, very, very clear, very coherent. But just, again, a very quick follow-up question, and then we'll get to the audience. When you sit down with governments, succinctly, which message do you convey? You know, give us more resources because we're in the front line of dealing with this, or no, you know, don't give the job to us because we've got other things to do, although I understand that's not what you're saying, and give the job more to the humanitarian sector or the aid workers, or is it a message that, look, you know, get on with reducing carbon emissions, because the more you do that, hopefully the fewer security problems are going to arise that we will have to messily try to deal with later on. Give us a sense of, you know, what message you are sending to the politicians about how they should consider the role of the military.
Yeah, it's important because when you speak from the voice of the security community, you know, people sit up and listen. People take it much more seriously than, unfortunately, you know, the people that have been working at this for decades in the environmental community and the climate community. So whatever message the security sector is saying it needs to be one that is done with responsibility. So the message that we generally say, and that I like, is it's not a black or white, do this or that. It's that we need to really change how we think about threats. And this has gotten a lot easier to convey in the realm of COVID, right? Where people now understand that there are threats that cross borders, that move very quickly, that can be existential in nature and really take out systems wholly. And so that's what I communicate when we're speaking with governments, is that this focus on threats that are, you know, actor driven and are sort of on the ground in the traditional sense is not how climate change operates. But that also means that you need to think about different ways to sort of confront the threat. One of those ways is lowering emissions so that the threat doesn't grow, right? We need to get a handle on the climate problem because the trajectories that we're on are just frankly catastrophic in security terms. The second way is it needs to be done in partnership with the diplomatic, development and humanitarian sectors. This is not something that the military generally knows how to do on its own very well. It must be a security response in cohort with other actors across government.
Okay, thanks very much. So thanks to my panelists. Now to the questions, and the first one has come in from Kinga Claudia Wilsko. I apologize in advance for massacring people's names. She is a student at the European Academy of Diplomacy, and she asks about how can we ensure a coordinated action, unified measures at the global level, and if there's scope for developing sort of legally binding acts, legally binding arrangements, as opposed to political commitments, like in the Paris Agreement, and would these be sort of capable of implementation? So, State Secretary, I think that this question would go to you in the first instance. You mentioned Norway coming onto the UN Security Council, and you're well known as a country that punches above its weight when it comes to promoting global action on lots of the issues, and working beyond governments with NGOs and lots of other people as well. So I'd perhaps like to ask you in the first instance to respond to Kinga's question. And again, Mr. Fourier, Kate, anything to add, please come in afterwards. State Secretary.
Well, thank you for that vote of confidence, Jamie, but I think we'll have to be realistic in our approach. No, but it is a very interesting question. And of course, I believe it's going to be a defining question for the coming decades in light of the acceleration of climate change and the implications of that on the global scale. Norway, of course, has been a strong proponent of the Paris Climate Accord, and it is, I think, an important step on the way. I think, of course, this is basically a huge question, but I think we need an approach where we approach this in a step-by-step manner, getting full adherence to and implementation of the Paris Accord would be an important next step. I think acknowledging the situation and acknowledging the science is also an important step. We see that some countries are still unwilling to do that, which is unfortunate. And you all know, of course, that finding legally binding global instruments to control or to influence state behavior is extremely difficult. This is one of the most, and this is one of the most complex, I think, phenomena you can imagine for actually applying such an instrument on. So to be honest, I think that is rather far off as of yet, but getting a continued strong commitment and real implementation of the provisions of the Paris Accord would be an important step, and something that I think we should aim to prioritize going forward.
Thanks very much. Mr. Fourier, not necessary, but if you have any comments, anything to add, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, I fully agree with what the State Secretary said. I just want to recall that all of the five G5 Sahel countries have signed and ratified the Paris Agreement on climate change. But of course, we still need to help them meet their commitments. The question is difficult, and the step-by-step approach is the one we are trying to promote within the Sahel coalition with all of our partners, because the Sahel region is one of the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Not only because of its biophysical features, but also because of its environmental degradation, poverty, food insecurity, rapid population growth, gender inequality, political instability, and so on and so on. So it's such a huge the countries are facing huge problems, and only through cooperation we will get them, help them solve these problems.
Thank you. Kate, any thoughts on how you organize international action?
Definitely. I mean, and this is something that I think is an exciting space to watch among security actors or militaries across the world, is how they start partnering with each other to sort of confront climate threats. And again, that's something that I think we're seeing a lot of interest in. It led to obviously the creation of the IMCCS, but it's also something in the lead up to COP26, as Sherry said, militaries are coming together to actually speak about potentially committing together to something on the sidelines, obviously not underneath the Paris architecture, but on the sidelines of it. Now, this is something that, of course, has never really been done before in the climate space, but would be really exciting if it did happen. You know, if militaries came together and at least together admitted that climate was a top priority of theirs to address in concert, or that they were potentially even going to take some joint carbon emissions reduction commitments together, things like that. Now, of course, this is something that will take a lot of diplomatic work to get to, but it's an area I think that militaries are feeling the need to cooperate jointly on. And a big sort of proof point of that is that the NATO Secretary General has identified climate as a top issue for his and the alliance's sort of next look at what the next 30 years of NATO looks like. And that has sort of rapidly changed what the alliance prioritizes as threats. And I think that we'll see sort of that first step at cooperatively addressing climate change from a military perspective as hopefully a good model for how we could do it across the board. And just back to something Sherry said earlier, I think the risks that we are facing are so intense that if we don't get this right, if we don't understand how militaries are going to sort of interact and cooperate, frankly, around these threats, the risk is that they compete instead. And this is what a lot of my personal research was around. So getting the institutions right and creating the foundations for militaries that might be competing in other spaces and might be, you know, from cyber to sort of private sector spaces in competition, that they can put aside those areas. And when it comes to climate emissions reduction or response and adaptation efforts,
more of a consensual agenda there. Kate, thank you. I'm moving on because I want to be fair to everybody who's asked a question. And the next one comes from Thomas Obremski. He is also with the Academy of Young Diplomats. So this institution obviously produces a lot of very brainy young people. Delighted to have them today. And Thomas has asked about climate wars. He says they are already here. Are they? I'll ask you that in a moment. And he mentions that control of water supplies is one of the reasons for clashes. Yes, we've all been reading about the Great Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia recently. Thomas also mentions Ladakh. And what he wants to know is how do we, from a diplomatic point of view, I suppose, recognize climate wars and the impact of climate change? And do we need a kind of new form of diplomacy to deal with these issues? So Thomas, thank you very much. Monsieur Fourier, you of course are in unfortunately, you're dealing with an area where unfortunately conflicts are going on all of the time. A very tricky situation, but linked to Europe's security. So do you sort of sense that you could describe any kind of conflict in the Sahel as a climate war, or at least if it isn't, would climate change be one of the contributing factors? So what's your take on that? And then I'll go to the State Secretary and Kate, of course, then back to you. Mr. Fourier, please.
Yes, I think what we are witnessing for years now in the Sahel is still a very classic kind of war. We are speaking about fights against terrorism, and of course all the issues we are talking about today are exacerbating the situation, which is without that already very difficult in the Sahel region. And of course, there is on the ground, on the local level, some fights for the control over resources, and first of all for water resources. But this just exacerbates very still very difficult situation on the ground. But we are still in the Sahel, talking about quite a classical fight against terrorism. We are not talking about a climate war, even if climate change exacerbates all of it.
Thank you, sir. State Secretary, again, and also Kate, I need to ask you to comment briefly. Again, forgive me, but we have 10 minutes remaining and still 2 questions, and 2 interesting questions, so I wouldn't like to miss them. So, State Secretary, please.
So I believe the Sahel region serves as a prime example of how climate change serves to amplify other factors in any given conflict. Sort of this interchange between terrorism, crime, the fight over resources, migration, smuggling, all of this becomes sort of a nexus for protracted and very complex conflicts with implications far outside the region. So how to broker that? I think that entails exactly the sort of whole of or comprehensive approach in a sort of very real meaning, where you need to look at the humanitarian aspects, you need to look at security aspects, you need to link that with a longer term development agenda, you need to link that with political development and providing people with basic economic needs. And that is something I know that a lot of European countries are aiming for now in their approach to the Sahel region, again serving as a prime example, and something that has been at the core of Norway's strategy in working in the region. So it's
Thank you, State Secretary. And Kate, just from your perspective, dealing with the military, do they recognize the reality of climate wars? Do they think maybe calling wars climate wars is still a bit sort of overhyped? And are wars different if they are obviously engineered by the climate as opposed to other factors? I know those are big questions, and you've only got 3 sentences in which to answer. And then I've got the next question, which is ideally for you, so I'll come back to you immediately.
Great. Yeah, I think that the panelists mostly cover this. I'll just say that I think the idea of climate wars doesn't have a good definition to it. I mean, obviously in the academic literature, what we know is that climate change influences many of the factors that influence war. So saying anything is specifically caused by climate is very hard to do. And I also think it's pretty distracting to do, right? I think what you want is militaries to understand the climate dynamics at play and to be tracking them and tracing them and hopefully building resilience against them so they don't start conflicts. And I think understanding that there is not an inevitability towards climate change causing conflict is very important, because what it means is then you need to build up, as we said, the diplomatic efforts to prevent against that, especially when it comes to water resources and transatlantic agreements and things like that.
Thank you. And I said, Kate, stay there because I think the next question is ideally for you in the first instance, which is Heyman Lam, who is in the UK with the UK government, Public Health England. He's interested, very interestingly, in the difference between sort of immediate climate phenomena like storms or floods, even if we could see them coming a few days in advance, and the more sort of slow burn things like, I suppose, drought and crop failures and rising sea levels, and the difference in sort of dealing with those sort of 2 different phenomena. Obviously easier to deal with the immediate stuff. How do we make sure that therefore we don't lose sight of the equally catastrophic, perhaps in the long run, but less visible, more slow burning type of change? Also there's another question which he asked, which I'll raise immediately, although maybe that will be also for our other panelists, which is what do we do to sort of get on board those sort of skeptical countries who maybe don't accept the science alliance or have a different interpretation, who are not so energized. So do we give up on them or hope for political change, or is there nonetheless a way of getting them on board? And I think obviously State Secretary Halverson, you will have some experience of that, and maybe Monsieur Fourier as well. And then given that we've got very little time, could I please ask panelists for you to note just one third question, which has come in from Tadeusz Krivada. Again, apologies for a very poor exam record in Polish pronunciation. He says, President-elect Joe Biden has already announced the change to the recommendation in the Paris Climate Conference. I imagine the US would then rejoin. But does this mean that the US approach to climate change will be totally different, or maybe not so different? I know that's a bit speculative. So, Kate, first of all, for you, the quick things and the slow burn. State Secretary, what do we do about the if not the deniers, at least maybe the less willing countries, and what you expect from the new US administration? And maybe also, Mr. Fourier, in terms of the Sahel, do you also see a difference between the short-term and the long-term phenomena? Anyway, given the short amount of time, I need to ask you to give your concluding comments and just deal with those three final questions at the same time, please. And then we should pretty much be, unfortunately, already at the end of the session. Kate, please.
Sure. Thank you, sir, and sorry to rush through what is a very intense bucket of topics in just an hour. But yeah, so Heyman, thank you for your question, as well as for your service in the public health sector during these crazy times where it must be very intense for you. And I think probably what you're seeing on the COVID side is really sort of on par with climate change. I worry a lot about the slow burning threats that you describe, because they're ones that are very easy for governments to ignore until they're online and sort of hitting us over the head, which is exactly what happened, unfortunately, with pandemic response in the same way. So I think that, of course, they are different strategies. And what a military or security sector needs to do is be tracking both, right? Be tracking things that are here and present and require intense humanitarian response because they're happening, but know that there are other threats that are just as devastating and just as horrific on society, but will take some time to develop. But luckily, with those ones that are developing, you can design early warning systems and you can design humanitarian efforts to intervene before they become that big. And a storm and things like that you can't really do. You really need to build resilience to. So they are certainly different approaches, but both are defining factors of climate change, as well as a third, I will say, which is risks that we can't even predict very well. So high impact, low probability events, or those sort of fat tail tipping point risks that we know would have huge impact. We just can't necessarily see them coming. So we need to actually find a way to deal with that third category of risk as well. I'll speak really briefly to the US question, since I personally have worked in US politics and government. I think that what the questioner highlights is exactly right. The Biden administration will really do an about face on climate change in all ways. It's one of his top 4 priorities entering as president, alongside COVID, economic recovery, and racial justice. So you can already see that prioritization is up there and sort of will define the Biden presidency. But this is also true from a climate security perspective as well. President-elect Biden, which is good to say, has pledged a long and sort of detailed climate security plan, as well as how his Department of Defense and military sector will prioritize climate change as well. So this is a space that I think a lot of what we've talked about will see new breath and new leadership from the Americans.
Thank you. Hallelujah is what I would say for that, but maybe I shouldn't betray my personal opinions. Anyway, I've done so. It's done. State Secretary, please, your take on maybe, if not all, at least the question of how we get the more skeptical allies on board.
Well, thank you, Jamie. I'll try to be very brief. Well, as to the incentives for bringing aboard reluctant countries, I believe appealing to their self-interest is probably the most efficient way. That goes to be very clear when it comes to the consequences of not addressing climate change in a prudent and realistic manner, when it comes to the economic and human costs of such policies, what that would actually entail on a global scale. But also, I think you need to point out the possibilities and be very clear that the potential for innovation, for economic growth, for public well-being that is potentially in using or harnessing new technology and skipping some of the phases, so to say, of the industrialization really holds great potential. And I think if you look at the EU today, for example, with the European Green Deal, where they actually try to look at exactly this potential as a vehicle for developing the union across so many areas in the coming decade. And that, I think, really illustrates the potential that is there if you apply a serious policy on addressing climate change on a wide level. When it comes to a new U.S. administration, of course, we would warmly welcome the a U.S. return to the Paris Climate Accord. I think that would be an important force for making possible the implementation of the accord. There is, as Kate pointed out, in Biden's priorities, this seems to be a key priority, again, across many policy areas. But I think we should also be aware that some U.S. interests and factors will probably remain permanent. So an overnight complete change is probably not realistic. But it would be welcome to have the U.S. back in the
hopeful, but always keep 2 feet on the ground. Monsieur Ferrier, you have le dernier mot, but please forgive me if I tell you that you have 30 seconds in which to pronounce it. Monsieur Ferrier?
Sorry, do you hear me? Yes. I just want to very briefly want to emphasize that we shall not give up on reluctant countries. And I think that, of course, diplomacy here can help trying to bring them aboard. And we need also success stories on the ground. And I hope in the Sahel region we will be able to prove that a new model is possible, and we can get results and convince those reluctant countries that they should come aboard with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, State Secretary. Thank you, Kate. We've run out of time. I knew it was going to be fast and furious, but I hope the audience will agree that we've packed a lot of good insights, a lot of good information, a good analysis into a rich session. So as a moderator, again, thank you to my 4 guests, not forgetting Sherry, who unfortunately had to leave. Thank you for joining us today. It looks as if we are dealing with an enormous challenge, but that the global community is kicking into action. Maybe late, but better late than never. So to the organisers, Warsaw Security Forum, thanks again for hosting us today. And I now pass back to those organisers to take you on to the next session. I'm not sure if it will be as interesting as our one, but good luck all of the same. Bye for now. Thank you.
Jamie, thank you so much, and thank you, Friends of Europe, for co-hosting the session. Secretary Halverson, thank you for being with us again at the Warsaw Security Forum. We had a pleasure to have you live here a few years ago. Thank you for joining. Mr. Fourier, again, a great contribution and the importance of the Sahel region. And finally, Kate, Guy, thank you for joining us from the United States. We truly enjoyed this session. Let me just, at the end, share with you the results of the question questionnaire we had among our participants, registered participants, the question was, my state's armed forces have already started adapting to the challenges resulting from climate change. Only 15% of our experts say that that is true, 66% it is not true, and 18% says, I do not know. That's not a very optimistic outlook, unfortunately, and I think we have a lot to do here. So thank you for bringing this aspect into the discussion, and we'll be surely talking about this more also in other panels on defense, because the climate change issue has to be incorporated in every single topic that we take on, we believe. So thank you again. Hope to see you in Warsaw in June live. And we now move to the next panel, a ministerial conversation that is going to be moderated by a very good friend of the Warsaw Security Forum that is coming from Vancouver, Vera Kobalia, and she will be joined by two ministers of foreign affairs that are truly strategic partners for Poland, Romania and Ukraine, of course. So we're looking very much forward to this conversation. Stay tuned. In just a moment, we will be connecting with our ministerial conversation about the Black Sea region.
Ministers, welcome. I would like to start this discussion with some positive news in the region and congratulate your neighbor Moldova with electing a pro-European candidate this week as president of the country. Can you comment on the elections from your country's perspective and what it means to the Black Sea region as a whole?
I think, if I may, and I would like to say hello to Dmitro as well, my good colleague and friend, and to you. I think the elections in Moldova showed the fact that there is a very mature society there, and they have made a very good choice, a choice for democratic development, a choice for pro-European values. And I think this is a very good start for the path that Moldova is choosing, the path for having very solid institutions. This is, I think, what the citizens of the Republic of Moldova want. Institutions which are able to solve their direct problems. And I think this is a choice which shows commitment for the future. We are very encouraged by this choice made by the citizens of the Republic of Moldova, because we have always supported the European path of the Republic of Moldova, as we have supported and we continue to support the European and Euro-Atlantic path of Georgia and Ukraine. And I think this is a victory of democracy, of European values and of European principles. Romania is very much determined to spare no effort in order to support the reform process and the reform program, which the new president of the Republic of Moldova is aiming at. And we are very happy to see this choice. We are very happy that the Romanian president was the first to discuss with the new president-elect of the Republic of Moldova, and happy that very soon my president will pay a visit to the Republic of Moldova in order to, well, build further this very special relationship that we have, strategic partnership for the European integration of the Republic of Moldova. This is in a nutshell what I want to say. It will be not easy for her, for the new president, to work with the current political class in the Republic of Moldova, but we are very confident in her determination and political will that this will be a successful endeavor.
Minister Kuleba, from Ukraine's perspective?
Yes, good evening, Vera. Good evening, Bogdan. It's good to see both of you. Well, it's hard to add anything to what Bogdan said. As they say in the European Union, I align myself with the previous statement. What I would like to emphasize is that the election of Maia Sandu as president of Moldova is a balancing act for this country. Moldova is a complicated country, and the elections, they balance the political equilibrium and pave the way for opening new pages in cooperation between Moldova and Ukraine. As far as I understand, this also applies to the relations between Moldova and Romania. And of course, there is more than bilateral relations between us. There is the European Union, there is NATO, there is Guam, the organization of 4 countries, Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova, and Azerbaijan. Plenty of things to do, and we look forward to working closely with President Sandu on moving forward.
So we can't speak about the security issues in the region and the Black Sea without bringing up the big bear in the room. So let's move the topic now and speak about Russia and the role of Russia in the region. So Russia's annexation of Crimea has had a profound impact on the military balance in the Black Sea. With the Crimean Peninsula, now Russia holds the second most important geographic location in the sea. And also with its military position in Crimea, South Caucasus, but also Syria, Russia has now developed operational military links between the Black Sea, Eastern Mediterranean, and the Middle East. So is it now time for NATO to start thinking about the Black Sea region as a more strategic zone? And if so, and I would like to hear from both of you, if so, what should NATO be doing to increase its presence and the role in the Black Sea region?
Well, speaking about NATO, if I may start with this answer, well, I think NATO is already very much focusing on the Black Sea. And I think the awareness about the importance of the Black Sea for the security of the North Atlantic Organization and for the transatlantic security in general, I think this understanding is growing. And as far as Romania is concerned, we have constantly promoted the region of the Black Sea on the agenda of the organization. And we have seen from NATO summit to NATO summit this growing importance being reflected in the official documents of the alliance, but also in the measures which were taken for well, showing that this is important for the alliance as a whole. Especially after the illegal annexation of Crimea, NATO has developed a deterrence and defense posture in this region. It was a gradual process tailored to the threat. It was non-provocative. It was in self-defense in accordance with international law. And we have put together a set of measures to strengthen the deterrence on land, on sea, and in the air. And this is how the so-called forward presence was created, with its two components. In the north, the enhanced forward presence. In the south, the tailored forward presence. And we have advocated for a unitary approach to the eastern flank. I think it's important that we see the eastern flank as a whole. Russia is seeing the eastern flank as a whole. NATO should see the eastern flank as a whole. And we need this unified and balanced approach of NATO on the whole eastern flank. We are grateful to those NATO allies which already came and showed their solidarity and commitment to the deterrence and defense posture of NATO. We have enhanced air policing. We have visits in the Black Sea of Allied Navy. We have troops in our land structure. But still we have a lot to do. Still we have a lot to do in terms of ensuring an effective deterrence, and we are advocating for more allied presence. For instance, in the south of the eastern flank, in the multinational brigade, which is a NATO structure on the territory of Romania. We host it in Craiova. We have already on the ground a Polish military presence there, and we welcome more allies to be there. More affiliated and associated units of allies to be part of this unit. In the NATO headquarters on our territory, because we already have three NATO headquarters on our territory. So we look forward to further allied presence to safeguard our security in this region. We need more monitoring and surveillance of what is happening at sea, because Russia is also increasing its military build-up in Crimea and in Black Sea in general. It's increasing its A2AD capacity in the Black Sea region. We need to deepen our cooperation and support for and with our partners in the region, especially with Ukraine and Georgia. And we are now discussing in the NATO foreign ministers reunion at the beginning of December a report on the implementation of the famous Black Sea package, which was adopted last year in Washington in the beginning of April. And this is a very good opportunity to see where we are with the implementation of this Black Sea package. So I do hope that we will be able to do more. Romania is committed to support more NATO presence in the region. And I also count on an increased NATO-Ukraine, for instance, cooperation on these aspects. I have discussed this morning with the Georgian foreign minister, and we have discussed a lot about the security in the Black Sea. And my colleague David is also very keen to take part in this meeting with the allied foreign ministers, together with the foreign ministers of Ukraine and Georgia in December.
So, Minister, to follow up on this, and before we move to Mr. Kuleba's answer, so you've mentioned deepening cooperation between Ukraine and Georgia with NATO. It has been 12 years since the Bucharest summit, and NATO has said a number of times that all the criteria have been met and all the homework has been done, and it's only the political decision that is left now for Georgia and Ukraine to join. So who and why who is responsible for this political decision, and why we're not seeing a membership action plan for Georgia and Ukraine?
Well, I think all allies are responsible for this decision, because we take within NATO we take decisions by consensus. As far as Romania is concerned, we are fully supportive of the Euro-Atlantic aspirations of both Ukraine and Georgia. The documents of relevance for NATO still repeat the relevance or restate the relevance of the decisions taken during the NATO summit in Bucharest, and they say that the Bucharest decision is still valid. This is what the official position of NATO is. Of course, this decision, the political decision, is still to be taken. In the meantime, NATO has increased its dialogue with both Georgia and Ukraine. I reiterate my congratulations for Ukraine becoming an enhanced partner of NATO recently, enhanced opportunities partner. There are a lot of tools which are available to both Ukraine and Georgia. The annual national program, the NATO-Ukraine Commission, the NATO-Georgia Commission. We have this substantial NATO-Georgia package, if we speak about Georgia. I think we also have a comprehensive package for Ukraine. We have NATO trust funds. Romania was in charge of such trust fund on cyber, as far as Ukraine is concerned. We have the NATO-Ukraine platform for countering hybrid warfare. So there are a lot of tools. We have to use them before we have the membership action plan adopted or initiated. There were even some discussions within the alliance, alluring to the fact that we don't even need a membership action plan. We have so many instruments of cooperation between NATO and Georgia, respectively Ukraine, then we perhaps don't need such a membership action plan as we used to be. We have to evolve at some point.
Minister Kuleba, can you answer to that? Do we need a membership action? Does the Ukraine want a membership action plan? What are your thoughts? Is NATO doing enough in the Black Sea region?
We don't need a membership action plan as long as we have the membership. You know, it's clear. Give me the membership and I will not request a membership action plan. Whatever the road to membership is, it should be clearly defined in terms of the direction, instruments, and deadlines. This is something that is crucial. Otherwise, we will be wandering in the space, doing something which will not result in seeing us reaching the destination point. Absolutely. In this, I'm aware of these discussions taking place in NATO, and Ukraine's answer to it is very simple. If a membership action plan is something that will further facilitate our road to membership, then this is something that should be given to both Ukraine and Georgia. If allies decide that we can achieve the same result within a specific period of time without map, let's discuss it. We should not turn membership action plan into a religion. As far as the situation in the Black Sea concerned, I believe that the answer is simple. The only alternative to the strengthening of NATO's presence in Black Sea is the creeping build-up of Russia in the Black Sea. And we see what Russia is doing in Crimea. It heavily militarizes the illegally occupied peninsula. It disrupts trade routes. It poses serious security threats. So NATO has to demonstrate that it is damn serious about defending the Black Sea and ensuring the safety of navigation and of the overall situation in the Black Sea. Something is already being done, which is good. I believe that one of the founding principles of this strategy should be the maximum possible involvement of Ukraine and Georgia in these efforts, because we are all allies when it comes to the Black Sea, because we all share Black Sea. This is our common space. This is where we are natural allies. So I would welcome any new instruments and ways to strengthen NATO's presence in the region that involve the engagement with Ukraine and Georgia. And I'm glad that Bogdan mentioned the eastern flank. I also sincerely believe that it is in the best interests of NATO, of its eastern flank members, and of Ukraine and Georgia to work collectively. And the famous...
I'm going to jump in here because you've mentioned all the big players on the Black Sea, but we keep avoiding one big player, which is Turkey. And Turkey has been more and more active in the region. We have obviously seen the events unfolding between Armenia and Azerbaijan and the role that Turkey played there. I would like you to comment on the role of Turkey when it comes to the Black Sea security. Romania has, when it comes to NATO, has taken over a lot of the work that Turkey was doing for the region, for the Black Sea region specifically. So I would like to hear from both of you the role of Turkey when it comes to security and work against the annexation of Crimea and aggression of Russia in the region.
As far as Turkey is concerned, in terms of ensuring the security of the Black Sea and at the same time, fulfilling the obligations as an ally, I have no reservation to say that Turkey is a very committed ally for the security of the Black Sea. And I have no reservation in saying that we have a very good cooperation with Turkey in terms of, the affairs of the alliance in general. I know that Turkey has certain reservations regarding a more visible NATO presence in the Black Sea. But this is another thing. I mean, we can discuss about how to, enhance our security in the Black Sea involving Turkey. For us, Turkey is a strategic partner, not only a NATO ally. I have absolutely no reservation as far as Turkey's firm commitment towards the Washington Treaty, including as far as the situation in the Black Sea is concerned. Turkey, for us, it's a very important strategic partner. We have with Turkey, the largest extra-EU trade, for instance. More than 6 billion euros trade with Turkey is very important for us. Turkey is also a member of the trilateral that we have built together with Poland. We have a security issues trilateral with Poland and Turkey, and we discuss about aspects related to the security in the Black Sea as well. I don't see any kind of different approach of Turkey as far as the illegal annexation of Crimea is concerned. I think Mitro can confirm this. We have our differences of opinion on how to ensure the security in the Black Sea by involving NATO, but we can discuss within NATO about all these things. For the rest, Turkey is indeed an important player in the region.
Dmytro?
Well, it's boring to be on the same panel with Bogdan because I agree with everything he says, you know.
In the next question, then you can go first so that he can agree to what you said.
That would be a fair strategy for you as moderator. No, but when I did not mention Turkey for one reason, because in my mindset and in reality, it's a NATO member. And when I say NATO, I of course mean including the position of Turkey. We cannot, but I believe it's important for all of us to take Black Sea as our shared responsibility. It doesn't matter how long our coastline or how powerful our navy or how big is the trade between us. The Black Sea is our shared responsibility, and we all should be committed to ensuring that the life in the Black Sea thrives.
When we talk about security, we cannot not talk about economic cooperation as well. And Bogdan, you've mentioned economic trade between Romania and Turkey. I've looked at some numbers and I was quite impressed to see that Russia is nowhere close in the top 10 trade partners for Romania, and when you look at import and export. For Ukraine, the picture is quite different. Ukraine's top economic or trade partner still remains Russia. To me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, to me, the biggest issue that I saw was the cannibalization of the media market and seeing the number of Russian oligarchs take over a number of media channels. So how does that play out, especially when it's already in the 7th year? We see the 7th year of aggression from Russia towards Ukraine. So how is this disbalance can be explained between the economic ties and the security issues? Dmytro?
Well, I have to correct you. I'm really sorry. I don't want to do that. But no, Russia is not our trading partner number one anymore. It's actually China as a single country and the European Union as a common market of all of its member states, which are two our biggest trading partners. And in fact, the EU is even larger. And the overall trajectory of Ukrainian trade demonstrates that Russia has no chance to regain its positions in the Ukrainian trade and in Ukrainian economy. It will be the European Union and China who will be gaining more and more kind of volumes of trade with Ukraine. So the overall impact of Russia on Ukrainian economy is dramatically declining. When we speak about media landscape, it's complicated, but we do not have Russian oligarchs who possess Ukrainian media. It is true that one person, one rich man in Ukraine who enjoys very loyal relationship with President Putin personally, owns a couple of small news channels, and they actively broadcast certain perceptions and views, which I personally do not share and never appear on them, for example, never give interview to them. But media landscape in Ukraine is pretty diversified. And the best evidence for Ukraine's right kind of movement in the right direction is that the number of Ukrainians supporting Ukraine's membership in NATO is increasing, and it's over 50% now, which is a good number if you consider where we started with this image of NATO as an enemy and NATO soldiers eating children for lunch. Like the Soviet propaganda was telling everyone. So I believe that the overall dynamics are very positive. We are moving forward, and enhanced opportunity partnership, the status that we gained, is yet another instrument that also helps us to better communicate NATO in Ukraine, not only for Ukraine to better engage with NATO. So I believe we are on good track, moving in the right direction with the support of friends.
I would like to move to a couple of questions that we have from young transatlantic leaders. And the first question comes in from Jerome Bayer from Netherlands at the Academy of Young Diplomats. And Jerome is asking, the Black Sea region has been greatly affected by nuclear smuggling cases since the dissolution of Soviet Union. Political instability and armed conflict further undermine nuclear security. Examples are crisis in Ukraine, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. So how effective can regional solutions be in solving the region-wide security problems? And I would like to add to his question and ask, what is Ukraine and Romania doing currently to cooperate on the security issues between the two countries?
Well, should I go first, or?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so well, it's good that that young leaders are interested in security issues, and especially in such kind of very complex aspects related to nuclear security. Now, I think it's important to underline that the nuclear security issues are being tackled in quite a wide manner, in a global manner, since we are talking about global threats, not only linked necessarily to this region. So this is a matter of concern for everybody now in international relations. There are some important tools that we are using. If you remember the series of nuclear security summits, which were unfolded until 2014, then I would mention, for instance, the International Atomic Energy Agency interest involvement in this issues. For instance, This February, I have co-presided together with Panama an IAEA high-level conference on nuclear security. This was important because a declaration was adopted by consensus by all member states, 109 foreign ministers and representatives of various countries, which acknowledged the importance of national commitments to strengthen the security globally as far as the nuclear factor is concerned, and the need for international cooperation and assistance to complement national actions in this area. There are also norms, legal norms, which are important and valid in this respect. For instance, the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material of 1979, or the initiatives like the Global Initiative to Combat Nuclear Terrorism, and the Proliferation Security Initiative. So we have a lot of important instruments. We have regional exercises that we are developing together. For instance, regional exercises in the so-called Olympus series, organized also in Romania. I don't think that we lack or miss such kind of instruments or norms. The framework is there. Now, about the security cooperation between Ukraine and Romania, this is growing. We have recently, before your visit, Mitro, in Bucharest, we had the visit of your defense minister, who signed an important agreement with the Romanian Ministry of Defense on cooperation on military issues. We do have a very good cooperation on security issues, and this is growing.
And I'm gonna jump in quickly because the time's up and ask a very fast, quick question. What are your expectations of the Biden administration in the Black Sea region? And do you think the area budget has been reduced? Do you think there will be any changes? And what can you envision with the new administration?
Well, I have very positive expectations about this new administration. I think the attention paid to Russia and the region will increase. And I will stop here because the time is up.
Well, when it comes to the nuclear safety in the Black Sea region, I believe that the biggest risk is the presence of nuclear materials in Russia-occupied Crimea. This is the only obvious risk that we have to handle. Otherwise, the system of nuclear control works. And from President Biden and his administration, I believe we all expect one thing. It's the leadership in handling global crises and challenges. And one of them is the security in the Black Sea.
Thank you, ministers.
Well,
thank you.
Very much. Thank you, Minister Aurescu. Thank you, Minister Kuleba. Let me say that personally, I appreciate Minister Kuleba's remark that we don't need any NATO action plan. We just need NATO membership. And let me tell you that here from Warsaw, you have a huge support for Ukraine to join NATO, and we hope that will happen soon. So thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you, Vera, for joining us for this discussion. A fascinating, also great moderation on your side. We hope to see you soon, this time live in Warsaw. So see you as we go. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our last part of today's programming, which is going to be our second expert webinar, this time on the question of Western Balkans and strategic rivalry between Russia, China, but most importantly, the European Union. Before we move into the webinar, I just wanted to remind you, this is the great time at the end of the day to kind of step up in asking questions for the chat. That will be available for the webinar to the moderator. We will also have questions coming from leaders, but most importantly, you will see questionnaires and polls coming in through the internet platform. So please join us. We're very interested in your opinion. The questionnaire we will have will be, when will the Western Balkans join the European Union? And you'll have a number of different options. So please feel free to vote. Last but not least, I'm truly delighted to say that this discussion is co-financed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland as part of our public diplomacy grant scheme. Looking very much forward for this, and now I yield the floor after a short minute break to Florian Feyerband, who will be moderating the panel on behalf of another of our great partners, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. So Florian, the floor will be yours.
Hello, good evening and welcome back. And if you just tuned in, welcome to the Road to Warsaw Security Forum. My name is Florian Feyerband and I'm the desk officer for the Western Balkans at the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Berlin. The Konrad Adenauer Foundation is a German political foundation closely affiliated with the ruling Christian Democratic Union of Chancellor Angela Merkel. And we are delighted to be an institutional partner of the Road to Warsaw Security Forum. It is my pleasure to moderate today's last panel, the expert webinar titled Strategic Rivalry, the European Union, Russia and China in the Western Balkans. In 2017, High Representative Federica Mogherini warned that the Balkans are at the brink of becoming a chessboard for big powers. And just in September this year, during her State of the Union address, President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, stated, "The Western Balkans are part of Europe and not just a stopover on the Silk Road." So clearly, geopolitics return to the Balkans. The purpose of this panel is to discuss the strategic approaches of various external actors towards the Western Balkans by outlining and analyzing their interests, intentions, and measures. In order to do so, I would like to welcome our 4 distinguished speakers tonight. Let me quickly introduce them to you. With us today is Theresa Fallon. She is the founder and director of the Brussels-based Center for Russia, Europe, Asia Studies. She's a renowned expert on EU-Asia relations and China's One Belt, One Road initiative, as well as on great power competition. From 2003 to 2007, she worked in Beijing as a researcher and consultant. And prior to that, from 1998 to 2003, she was working in Moscow as the representative of a research and consulting firm. Welcome, Theresa. Our second panelist is Vuk Jeremic. He's currently the president of the Center for International Relations and Sustainable Development, a public policy think tank registered in both Belgrade and New York. Mr. Jeremic was Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia from 2007 to 2012. In 2012-2013, he also served as the president of the UN General Assembly. And in 2016, Mr. Jeremic ran for the office of UN Secretary General to succeed Ban Ki-moon. After 6 rounds of voting in the UN Security Council, he finished the race second in place behind Mr. Antonio Guterres. Good evening, Mr. Jeremic.
Good evening and good evening.
Joining us today is also Ambassador Stefano Stefanini. He's a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council and currently works as the Brussels Director of Project Associates, a strategic communication consultancy. Ambassador Stefanini served as a diplomatic advisor to the Italian President Giorgio Napolitano. His career also included the positions of permanent representative of Italy to NATO and deputy chief of mission of the Italian embassy in Washington, D.C. A warm welcome, Stefano. Last but certainly not least, Robert Sterl. He's a senior officer at the Public Diplomacy Division of the NATO headquarters. He joined the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 1990, worked on OSCE and NATO issues, was posted in Brussels, where he was member of the accession talks team and counselor at the Polish permanent mission to NATO. Since 1999, he's a member of NATO's international staff, and his experience includes a posting in Russia from 2010 to 2015 as a head of the NATO Information Office in Moscow. So before we get started, just some small housekeeping rules. I would like to encourage the audience to actively participate in the discussion by asking questions using the chat function. Please also vote in the poll on the platform. This applies for registered users. The results will be presented just right after this session. So give us a wild guess, when will the Western Balkans join the European Union? Lastly, if you're using Twitter, please also use our hashtag #Road2WSF. We will now have less than half an hour for the panel discussion, and then I will open the discussion to the audience. I would also like to remind the panelists to be short and concise in their answers, and let's just get started right away with Robert. Robert, what is the strategic significance of the Western Balkans for European and Euro-Atlantic security? And connected with that, what is therefore the strategic goal of the EU and NATO for the region?
Well, I think, obviously I cannot speak for the EU in formal sense, but I don't think there are any great mysteries that, our approaches are very much the same. There is no hidden agenda to start with. I mean, we are interested, I think some quotes you already introduced. I mean, whether you for us, this is not backyard, this is, courtyard. This region is of great importance both to European Union and NATO, and we are interested in, obviously, bearing in mind particularly the history of the region. I'm not saying anything original. I'm afraid in the 1990s we're interested in peace and stability. We're interested in good neighbor relations. We are interested to see the countries, irrespective whether they want or not, join, for example, NATO, to have at their disposal, if you like, the most modern institutions, to apply the highest possible standards when it comes to a variety of areas which many countries in our respective organizations are taking almost for granted. And that is why, it's the perspective also of integration. Let's also mention this, it is important. It's, first of all, decided by, starting point is the wish of the countries in question, and we want them to be able to exercise this wish and then act on it. But as part of that relationship, which is obviously different with different countries. I mean, Serbia is a case in point, obviously, when it comes to NATO, than the others. Our interest is to have a positive agenda, both within the region and both, between, let's say, NATO and European Union and those countries. And these are the principles, this is the policy to which we stand for. Of course, real life shows that there are many obstacles. Nothing is easy, and as the saying goes, you never sort of enter the same river, but also the train is moving. So sometimes we hear, well, maybe the standards, the expectations are getting a bit higher. That is true, because lessons are being learned. But altogether, I would say, I think there is clarity on what is it that we want and how we want to go about this. We have the utmost respect for the sovereignty of the countries, for their own freely arrived decisions. And I think we are going to speak a bit about the spoilers later on.
Already brought it up, the obstacles. How do you think that Russia would fit into that picture, especially in the relationship between the West and Russia?
It's not my job to speak for the Russians. Let them speak for themselves. But we our approach is let's not be ahistorical. Certainly in 1990s. We have treated Russia as a partner, also in terms of resolving a lot of issues, particularly security issues. Let's not forget Russian soldiers were part of the first NATO big operation, I4 and S4 in Bosnia. In fact, even the logo of that was both in Latin, used the Latin and Cyrillic names. And there was the Dayton, then there was Kosovo. After all, the UN Security Council resolution was supported by Russia. And of course, that was then, and we have not changed our policy, but it's clear that something has changed in Russia. So I don't know, chess is a popular game in Russia, but it seems that we get an impression, let's put it this way, the Russian colleagues are often treating the region as some kind of a battleground. And unfortunately, it's quite a few examples, which we could go into later, whether it's disinformation, whether it's involvement, this is the court verdict in Montenegro of Russian citizens in the unsuccessful coup d'etat, or whether it's a variety of reactions to those processes that we consider to be very positive.
Thank you, Robert. I would like now to focus on another significant but rather recently new external actor on the Western Balkans, China. And who else to ask than Theresa? So Theresa, what is the Chinese interest in the Western Balkans, and to which extent is it compatible or incompatible with a European vision for the region that we just heard about?
We heard just, thank you so much to the organizers. I'm very honored to be here, and a warm hello from Brussels. Last year, we saw a senior EU official announce that the EU had overestimated Russia's influence in the Balkans and underestimated China. So finally, China was on the radar for Europe, but it was perhaps even too slow to take notice. China effectively uses economic activities, both physical and digital infrastructure, to advance their political, commercial, and technological objectives in the Western Balkans. The global financial crisis in 2008, we saw China start to really invest there. Before that, they were not very active at all, and mostly in infrastructure. They're part of a broader Chinese strategy known as the Belt and Road Initiative. And I have to plug in my computer, sorry. Oh dear. I'm so sorry about that, okay.
Belt and Road Initiative.
It's better than my computer dying. So the 17+1 is a corridor that predates the Belt and Road Initiative, but it's a for those of you who aren't familiar with it, it's 11 EU member states, 5 possible accession states, and it's a sub-regional grouping that China has carved out. It's quite incredible because with the addition of Greece, just last year we have the Piraeus port, and you have a land-sea corridor that China actually has a lot of influence over. So China moves slowly, incrementally, but they seem to have a long-term strategic interest in the region. And they're all Mackinder. They all have studied Mackinder, and they follow that line that he who controls Eastern Europe, Mackinder is a geostrategist from 1904, and his paper, The Geographical Pivot of History, declared the heartland theory: who rules Eastern Europe commands the heartland, who rules the heartland commands the world island, who rules the world island controls the world. And I really think Beijing is taking this very seriously, and they've been successful so far with this land-sea corridor. And they move so slowly that people don't really pay attention. It's almost like the boiling frog syndrome. So as a general rule, Beijing prefers to work bilaterally, even though they have this sub-regional grouping. They work one-on-one with the countries. And there's growing concern about debt dependence. No one wants to use the term debt diplomacy anymore, but someone from one of the lending institutions says it's the same difference. So these countries are actually, there's a great deal of concern about dependence on China's loans. So Serbia stands out head and shoulders among all the region. It receives 1/3 of Chinese loans. Also political reasons in that for their investments there. Of course, it's a destination for Chinese investment, as I just mentioned. There's also this kind of crafting of a narrative with echoes from the 1999 bombing campaign. So Xi Jinping, when he went to Belgrade, he actually went to the embassy, and they're like, we suffered with you. So it's kind of an anti-West narrative. So Serbia can turn east or west. And so I think China is trying to cultivate this narrative that we suffered together.
During the peak of the first wave of the global corona pandemic, China embarked on a mass diplomacy, which fell on quite fertile ground in many places in the Western Balkans. You already just mentioned Serbia. And emblematic for that new corona or mass diplomacy was the kissing of the Chinese flag by the president of Serbia, Aleksandar Vučić. Do you think we entered a new phase when it comes to relations between China and the region, and also the approach of China towards the region?
Well, we need to remember that President Vučić was once the Minister of Propaganda in the last Milosevic cabinet. He did embrace the flag and kissed it and made news all around the world. But what few people understood is that the EU paid for that plane. So it also signals the lack of the inability of the EU to communicate well. And so China has really pushed this narrative that we've done everything for you, and Europe wasn't present. And in fact, the opposite is quite true. So if you really dig down into the details, Europe has given far more aid to Serbia. But this narrative actually helps Serbia to use it as leverage. It's kind of a card to wave to Brussels and to the rest of the world that, if you don't help us here, China will have more influence. So in the rest of the world, mass diplomacy morphed into wolf warrior diplomacy. And we didn't see that really happen in Serbia. So it was kind of an alternative narrative.
Thank you, Theresa. After having listened to some external views on the region and the role of external actors in that region, let's bring in a perspective from the region itself. Live from Belgrade is with us Mr. Jeremic. Mr. Jeremic, you're a political opponent and well-known critic of President Aleksandar Vučić, but one could imagine that there will be very little disagreement between you and him when it comes to the assessment of the role of both Beijing and Moscow. Looking now at the bigger picture, not only focusing exclusively on Serbia, how do you assess the interests, intentions, and activities of both Russia and China in the Western Balkans?
Well, first and foremost, I could ask you, how did you come to a conclusion that I would agree with Vučić on the role of China and Russia? I am also the leader of a political party in Serbia, People's Party. It's a center-right, liberal conservative party, a pro-European disposition. And I've been extremely critical of President Vučić when it comes to the key point in the context of the geopolitical future of the Balkans, so the future of the geopolitical rivalry in the Balkans. As a matter of fact, we have in Serbia ceased to be a democracy. And this is not just my subjective view. I'm talking about the assessment of external shops like the Freedom House of Washington, that classify us as a hybrid regime, so no longer a democracy. For the first time since the ousting of Milosevic in the year 2000, we were relegated from the basket of free states into a partly free state. And for as long as we keep this trend, and this trend started with the rise of Mr. Vučić to the position of supreme leadership in this country, it's no longer the presidency, it's the supreme leadership, as a matter of fact, we can hardly hope to be returned back on the European track, because in the EU, you might have issues in certain parts of the European Union with democracy and institutions and the rule of law, but one thing is for sure, you would never let in a country that is not a democracy inside the EU. So I think that in the current situation where Serbia is backsliding on its path to the EU, it's getting actually further and further away from the ability to fulfill the Copenhagen criteria for accession to the European Union. This is, as a matter of fact, something that Russia and China wholeheartedly embrace. And therefore, Russia and China are great supporters and admirers of Mr. Vučić. That reflects itself, amongst other things, in the total prohibition of the Chinese and Russian diplomats in Serbia to communicate with the opposition, myself included. I had a chance to work with their diplomacy when I was foreign minister, and we are no longer being invited even to the cocktail receptions. There's actually zero communication with anybody from the opposition in Serbia. The only exclusive relationship that Beijing and Moscow have is with the government. That's also to do with their general doctrine of working with states, regardless of how they function or whether or not they are democracies or not. But for the time being, the Western Balkans is stuck on its way to Europe. For as long as we are stuck, the external actors see it as a boom. And they have no reason to do anything to change this.
Some other observers would say there is some kind of like a new momentum for the European Union in the Western Balkans. We have the updated methodology. We have the recently adopted 9 billion economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans. We have the prospect of the first intergovernmental conference with Albania and North Macedonia. So there will be like a start of accession talks with 2 of those countries in the near future, let's say. So you would not agree with the notion that there is some kind of positive new momentum between the European Union and the Western Balkans?
Well, I would qualify it a little bit. I think this is potentially good news. So basically, new methodology that allows for making steps back in the accession process is certainly good news, because we are, as a matter of fact, making steps back. Promising funds, promising investment, for as long as this investment is attached to a certain criteria related to the accession path, is certainly good news. But I think that by now everybody knows that at the heart of the problem of the Western Balkans and its relation with Europe is that we basically suspended democracy, especially in Serbia, but in the rest of the region as well. So for the time being, nobody speaks loud about this. For example, Serbia is the only country in Europe except Belarus that has no opposition in the parliament. How did we get to that? It's a long story. We're going to leave it for another time. But there is no opposition in the Serbian parliament. President Vučić commands like 90% majority in the parliament, and he still gets a congratulation from President Tusk for such a victory. We should perhaps think or rethink as to how to approach this situation in the coming months.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremic. We could hardly discuss the Western Balkans and geopolitics without also focusing on another external actor, which is very close to us Europeans, the United States of America. And Stefano, during the Trump administration, the transatlantic relationship reached a low point. This crisis also had its effects on the EU-US partnership in the Western Balkans. Especially the role of Ambassador Richard Grenell was viewed very critically in most European capitals. Now, with a new incoming US administration under Joe Biden and a president who knows the region so well, what do you expect for the transatlantic partnership when it comes to the Western Balkans?
Thank you, Florian. You're asking me to talk about the elephant in the room, the incoming Biden administration. I use a literary phrase about it, great expectations, which is a dangerous position because then it is difficult to live up to them. Coming to your specific questions, Grenell is out. Merkel is in. What I mean is that as long as she's chancellor, of course. But I'll explain what I mean. Obviously, the Democrats have a special track record of engagement in the Balkans, which makes them particularly popular with some countries, not all of them. So we can expect that the transatlantic cooperation in the Balkans is back after 4 years of basically not being there in terms of cooperation. How will it play out? This is because there are basically, in my view, two options or two ways. They don't exclude each other. One is the US supporting the EU process. The other is which takes a more direct engagement by the US, is through the Quint and or the Berlin process. Obviously, the EU is if I can use the word, is the trump card in the Balkans, because the EU membership is the aspiration of all Western Balkan countries. And the EU does realize finally that there is competition which did not exist 10 years ago. The problem is that there are two problems really. One is that not all EU member states are so enthusiastic about enlargement. Yes, I take your point that you mentioned about new momentum, but let's not forget that just yesterday, I think, the opening of chapters with North Macedonia and Albania was blocked because one country has a bilateral problem with North Macedonia. So the problem with the EU process is that the EU, although it remains the promised land, as a problem, the promised land is always something which is very far, cannot change the road to membership, and which is a very difficult and complex road. So in the sort of more near future, I think the best approach will be the Quint. Let's not forget that that include also the United Kingdom. Otherwise, the United Kingdom remains outside, and UK is still a relevant European power, and it's better to have it in the tent than outside the tent. And the Berlin process. The Quint has also the great advantage of keeping the Americans in, which is another thing that Europeans, which is very important. The Berlin process doesn't forget, is about connectivity. Connecting Berlin process, which includes the UK, by the way, and this is the best response to the Chinese competition. But obviously, the Europeans have to step up the Balkan policy more than they've done in the last 5-6 years, because otherwise the US will feel compelled to work alone. This is like a recurring pattern in the Balkans, also in more dramatic situations when the Europeans could not do the job, then the US had to step in.
Yeah, it's like a common pattern that we have witnessed so tragically in the 1990s when Europe was not able to solve the conflicts, the bloody conflicts on the
That's what I had in mind for you.
All right, with this answer, thank you, Stefano. We are concluding the first round. And now let's have a question from a young leader, Marieta Majic from Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Hello, first of all, thank you for organizing this program. I'm Marieta Majic, I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I'm currently participating in the Road to Warsaw Security Forum Western Balkans program. I would like to address one question to all participants. The 70+1 initiative has been often labeled as a China's tool to divide and conquer Europe. To what extent do you agree with such a statement, and how do you think to convince small EU member states, as well as other Western Balkans countries, to look for their future in EU 27 rather than in 17+1? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this question would be best addressed first to Theresa, since it's touching upon the role of China.
In regard to the 17+1, we saw recently with the UN statement, 16 of the 17+1 countries remain neutral. So I think China has been very effective. And so all China needs is one member state. When there's a policy that the EU wants to promote, all they need is one member state to water it down or block it. And we've seen that happen with Greece, we've seen it happen with Hungary on multiple occasions. And so I think that this is a problem. I mean, and Brussels looks at it with great concern. They've called it a Trojan horse. It kind of woke them up and then they kind of forgot about it again. So the Chinese changed the speed on this over time. So when they raise and lower the heat, there's a lot of promise fatigue in the region. A lot of promised investments never showed up. But I think that they made these countries feel important, and they, Germany, for example, has privileged relations with China, France as well. So these countries feel, well, why can't we have a special relationship with China? So it's a very tough narrative to counter. And obviously these countries do need investment.
Does anyone else to answer to that question? Maybe like a perspective from the region, Mr. Jeremic.
Well, I think that's definitely true. But geopolitics isn't really charitable business. So of course that China dwarfs any single European country, even the biggest ones, let alone the small ones of Eastern Europe or the Western Balkans. And of course it's infinitely easier to deal with one or a subset of countries than with the whole European Union. But I don't really think that they're to blame. Perhaps there is European task to try and find a counter move, like in the game of chess, so that Europe presents a common front instead of
letting this happen. So it is theirs to try. It is ours to see what to do about it.
Okay, we have meanwhile also collected some questions coming in through the chat function, and I would like to bring one of the questions into the discussion. Bojan Stojkovic is asking, today North Macedonia got a veto from its neighbor Bulgaria on beginning of EU accession talks. My question for the participants is, how do we move forward with these kinds of historical issues in place? And also, do such developments play in the favor of EU's rivals, China and Russia, regarding the Balkans? Robert, would you like to answer this question?
Not particularly, but you asked me. No, of course, our perspective is that we would like to focus on all the positive developments. So, I mentioned some strange reactions from some countries. Remember when the big issue of the name was resolved by Athens and Skopje, and now we have, North Macedonia, who recently joined NATO as the 30th member, and that was something which was universally acclaimed and welcomed. But slightly different emphasis, not as enthusiastic in Moscow, and you have to wonder about that. And that is the difference. There is no magic wand. I mean, I take the point of Mr. Jeremic that, of course, as he put it, geopolitics is not a charitable business, but equally, it is the job, it is the responsibility of all the leaders of the opinion shapers, all the countries of the region, because they are not objects, they are subjects, right? To do the necessary calculations, so to speak. So when you face various hurdles, I think the bad news is that hurdles exist, okay. And not all the issues which have, let's say, plagued, if you like, or have been, the experience of the countries in the region, they've not gone away. There is no magic wand, neither on the EU side or NATO and individual countries. However, there is plenty of good examples as well. I mentioned one, but there's also, I look at things in the news. There's agreements between North Macedonia, Albania, and Serbia on fighting COVID together. There's various other initiatives which also involve the countries. Let's remember that there was a groundbreaking bilateral agreement between Bulgaria and then not yet North Macedonia, which was not actually something that was developed by outsiders. It was an agreement reached by those two countries by their own efforts. And I think this is the way to go. And the experience that we have, geopolitics, yes, it's there. But at the end of the day, people in the region, like everywhere else, have the same desires, and I think they can really calculate, if you like, what is good, what's important, the perspective of integration, to have good relations with the neighbors, with all the benefits of trade, of putting aside various, historic animosities, and the verdict on that, I think, is univocal. And frankly speaking, I also would put a sort of rhetorical question to which I think I would present the answer, which I hope other panelists would agree. There is no alternative. There is no meaningful alternative to precisely good neighbor relations, no matter how sometimes difficult they may be, and the integration perspective, because that brings in all the benefits from the point of view of standards, the rule of law, the question of, the well-working institutions. So people will not want to emigrate, etc. So in other words, yes, one can focus on some hurdles or problems which exist. They exist between countries who are members of, the institutions we've been talking about. And yet, I remain an optimist because it is the only path, and it's a logical path. It's not just a question of a romantic vision. It's a very hard-headed vision. So that's where I would put my money and my heart into.
Thank you, Robert. There's one last question, I think, by Nini Tsiklauri from the European Academy of Diplomacy. She's asking, what can the EU do to build trust in the Western Balkans region? How can the European Union overcome its lack of communication to the civil society? Stefano, would you like to answer to that question?
Sorry, can you say that again? I missed.
Yeah, so Nini Tsiklauri from the European Academy of Diplomacy, she asked, What can the EU do to build trust in the Western Balkans region? How can the European Union overcome its lack of communication to civil society? So this question of credibility and trust.
Well, I think it's not so much a matter of the credibility and trust in the EU as such, because the EU, as it often happens, is most popular with countries that are members of the EU. It has to make credible the destination. People in the Western Balkans have to believe that although there are obviously hurdles, we heard from Vukjeremic concern about backsliding of democracy in Serbia. There's no country that does not have a problem in, and this is why the negotiating process of membership is so difficult. But the people have to believe that the EU means when they say that the membership, the door is open to membership, the EU means it. And the reason the negotiations are so complex and so difficult is because they trigger reforms in candidate countries that are necessary first to the countries themselves. I think this is the credibility, because the process is taking too long, and possibly because sort of the EU has been slack in communicating its commitment, continuing commitment to enlargement in the last few years. People have lost faith in membership, but it is, and the EU realizes that there is no other, that it is in the EU interest to have the Western Balkans in rather than out.
Okay, Mr. Jeremic, please.
I'd like to follow up on the two previous speakers with regard to the two questions. I'll be making it very, very simple. It is absolutely outrageous what is currently happening to Northern Macedonia with this another bloc. This is a country that made a very, very difficult and controversial decision to change its name in order to get closer to the EU. Then it ended up being delayed for a while. It was France and so on and so forth. Okay, we managed to overcome this obstacle. Now the Bulgarians are coming with an outrageous, like a truly outrageous demand that is insulting is the least I can say about the demand that the Northern Macedonians make an announcement that their culture and language have Bulgarian roots. I'm not a linguist, I'm not a historian, I'm not going to put my judgment, historical, linguistical judgment on this, but politically speaking, it is just outrageous. So if the Northern Macedonia, the country that in the last couple of years made greatest strides when it comes to reform, if they're being blocked on this, then there's going to be like a dramatic message. So all the nice language about the future and the good neighborly relations and so on and so forth, I think that they're going to be hugely relativized. And there are a lot of people here in Serbia who are not supporters of the Serbian European path. I'm not amongst them, but they're these days being very loud in Serbia saying, okay, look at the Northern Macedonians. They did an outrageous thing and changed their name. Now they are asking themselves to renounce their cultural language. So guys, if you want to do something about Kosovo in order to move forward to the European future, be sure that there are going to be next demands, perhaps with regard to Bosnia or something else. Look at the Northern Macedonian example. So therefore, my wholehearted appeal on my European friends is that they give a boost to Northern Macedonian European aspirations and not stop them.
All right. Theresa, yeah, sure.
Make a quick comment about that.
A few more minutes or seconds, please go ahead.
Yesterday, a CEAS survey was released, and in Serbia, 50% of the population is interested in joining the EU, which isn't very high actually compared to the other Balkan countries. And 36 are against joining the EU. That's up 5% from the previous year, which was at 31%. So I think it's just a striking change. I just wanted to make that comment. I forgot to say it earlier, and it was just those, that data was just released yesterday.
Yeah, I think it was like, if I may add on that, the same poll that like found out that 80% of Serbians are opposed to NATO membership, which is not on the table, but it shows that there's still a lot of work to do to have a more positive image of NATO in Serbia, right, Robert?
Yes, but okay, yes, that's true. But in the same poll, I read it. It's good. Let's keep advertising it CAS because they deserve it. But the same poll showed that I think it was more than 60% of people in Serbia are in favor of cooperation. That's the good news with NATO.
All right. With this good news, I think we have to come to an end because unfortunately our time is up. 45 minutes is hardly enough to discuss all the issues related to the role of external actors on the Western Balkans. And I mean, of course, we omitted even some external actors such as Turkey or the United Arab Emirates. However, I think we still covered quite some ground, and I will not even try to summarize today's discussion, but if there's really one conclusion, then that there is a strong element of agency for the European Union and its transatlantic partner. Strategic rivals such as Russia and China, they use the strategic void, they use the vacuum that the West is leaving behind. And if Europe and the US stand together and engage actively together, the influence of external actors in Europe's inner courtyard can be contained. And this concludes the first day of the Road to Warsaw Security Forum. Please tune in tomorrow. Bye-bye. Thank you so much to all of you. Stay healthy.
Thank you so much, everybody. We truly appreciated this wonderful panel. And of course, hello to our great friends, those of you who have been already at the Warsaw Security Forum, Robert Pszczell and Teresa and Vuk. Fantastic to see you guys. Thank you, Stefani, for joining us. And finally, thank you, Florian, for being with us as a wonderful moderator of this panel. Before we conclude, I just wanted to share the results of the poll we have been doing among our participants. We're delighted again to stress there has been over 1,000 registered participants. On an ongoing basis, we have almost 400 people at all times. And this is the last poll for today about Western Balkans. Can we see the poll? So the question was, Albania, North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Serbia will all become the EU member states in 10 years, says 32%, 15 years, 26%, and 15 or more years, 21%. And unfortunately, 19% says it will never happen. So it seems that there's not that much optimism between our participants. Actually, I'm much more optimistic than our participants are. And I do hope that in the next decade, we will see you, Vuk, and the countries from your region as equal members of the European Union, and let's hope that this is going to happen. So thank you again to all the panelists, and we now move into the concluding remarks.
Hi everyone, this is Michael Baranowski from GMF Warsaw again. We had a fascinating day talking about challenges to the Transatlantic Alliance, talking about how NATO can be more resilient and strong. General Scaparrotti made an important case that according to his prediction, President Biden will not withdraw the forces from Germany. So that's one big point to keep from today. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine highlighted the fact that Ukraine is very much looking forward to joining NATO, doesn't need the membership action plan, is ready to join right away. Tomorrow we'll be joined by, among others, but really a great highlight to have Deputy Secretary General Mircea Joana talking about what we can expect from next year at NATO. Very important year. The report of the NATO 2030 group will be coming out. So please join us. Please join us also for transatlantic conversation with Congresswoman Kaptur, with Mike Carpenter, with General Petraeus. It's going to be a fascinating day. Zbyszek?
Thank you, Michał, and mostly thank you, Katarzyna, for making it all possible. And we expect tomorrow another great day. We'll start with a speech by Minister Pavel Soloch, head of the National Security Bureau of the Chancellor of President, our strategic partner. But we will have tomorrow other also enormous leaders, including 3 ministers of defense, Minister of Defense of Estonia, Minister of Defense of Romania, as well as Minister of Defense of Portugal. But we'll have also leaders of society, that nation of Belarus, elected as president-elect, Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, will be also tomorrow with us. So we hope that with this incredible lineup of wonderful speakers that we had today and tomorrow, you will stay with us. We start sharp at 1 p.m. Central European time. So right now we will be leaving you some space to sum up, to think, to prepare your questions for tomorrow. And we hope that you will also interact like today you did with our moderators, with our speakers, and we will have another wonderful day of the Road to Warsaw Security Forum 2020.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Good night.